Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 29th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. The committee has studied the bill and has agreed to report it without amendment. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
No, this is ridiculous.
Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
Yay!
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call on the members.
One of the names.
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do not proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chigger.
Ms. Chigger.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Agabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan de Tobico North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Marie, du Sud-Est et des Sœurs.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Retenzi.
Ms. Retenzi.
Mr. Jozewski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Anandasungari.
Mr. Nanda Sandaguri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoth.
Mr. Mouth.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Goodin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Le Messis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Pesky Solido.
Mr. Pascal Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Aldegg.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Serwitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Miss Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam,
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishmaxqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
The Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColman.
Coleman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltem.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutia.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Grecian.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk Bedford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Guild.
Madame Guild.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelona Duval.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Miss
Island.
May, Saanich Gulf Island. Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 105, 105.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, debate at report stage of Bill C-91, Indigenous Languages Act.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Madame. Okay, Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Carried. No? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. No! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members.
You gotta be kidding me.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Boutillier, moved that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages as amended, be concurred in at report stage. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent. Ms. Shelley.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Hychuk.
Mr. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Nolt. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Comier.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Topo North.
Ms. Duncan de Topico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest-Dessert.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie Le Sud-Est-Dessert.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tanzi. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr.
Mr. Moth. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Massad, Moulamétis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Mrs. Maton, Wikipédia.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Dalliot.
Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pascal Salido. Madam Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Alding. Mr. Innes.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Serowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elfoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Jahari.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madam Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Picard.
Mr. Picard. Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu. Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Barra.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bende.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Log.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Odega.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Floydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owensound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwong.
Miss Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Jolibois.
Monsieur Libois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Miss Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Miss Duncan Edmonton
Miss
Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Miss
Duval.
May Saanich Garfield.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
$154, 254. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Quand ce projet de loi sera
When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now.
I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies, and I ask members to assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 10, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope concerning allegedly misleading statements by the Minister of National Revenue. When raising his question of privilege, the member for Chilliwack Hope explained that the Minister of National Revenue had told the House more than once that the Canada Revenue Agency had hired 1,300 new auditors since 2016, but that certain Quebec newspapers reported this to be inaccurate, stating that the true figure was just 192. The member went on to explain how the minister's statement breached privileges since they were knowingly and deliberately misleading and made with the intent to deceive the House, in his view. Le secrétaire parlementaire de la Ligue.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader countered that the minister's statements, inside and outside the House, were in fact accurate and consistent. The Parliamentary Secretary cited the auditors hired from 2016 through 2018 to justify the minister's claim that 1,300 auditors were hired by the Canada Revenue Agency. From his perspective, the Parliamentary Secretary claimed that this was a dispute as to the facts rather than a legitimate question of privilege.
Aware that in most instances, when members are accused of misleading the House, the Chair has ruled that it is a dispute as to the facts. Given the gravity of such a charge, the Chair must be able to establish with certainty that the statements made were undoubtedly false, misleading, and intended to misinform the House. Les députés doivent reconnaître.
Members must recognize that what may appear to be misleading and false is often a matter of perception, subject to context and interpretation, factors that are inherent to debate. On this, Speaker Milliken stated on December 6, 2004, at page 2319 of Debates, and I quote, "Disagreements about facts and how the facts should be interpreted form the basis of debate in this place," unquote. Quote.
Absent any compelling evidence to the contrary, I do not find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established in this case. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Madame Joly.
Ms. Joly for Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Madame Laboutillier, moves that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I speak in favor of Bill C-91 today, an act respecting Indigenous languages.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered here on the ancestral, unceded lands of the Algonquin people. Madam Speaker, before getting into the details of the bill, I would like to start by thanking our colleagues, particularly the members of the Heritage Committee, who worked very diligently to get this through the committee stage, and particularly those who are not members, like our friend from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, as well as Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU, and Desinete, Mississippi, Churchill River, for their dedication and hard work in supporting this bill. I'm also pleased to rise and speak to you this morning about the need for C-91. As you're aware, C-91 has been co-developed by the three national Indigenous organizations, namely the ITK, the AFN, as well as the Métis National Council. And it's a direct response to a number of very important things that have happened both in Canada as well as internationally. First and foremost, it's a direct response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report's calls to action 13, 14, and 15. And I'll elaborate on that a bit later. It's also a direct result of our commitments to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And as you're aware, Bill 262 is now in front of the other House, but it's something that this House adopted and something that our government and our Prime Minister has committed to implementing. There are many ways to look at languages, but however we look at it, it is one of the most important elements of our life, one of the most important aspects of its connection to the people, the land, and to way of life. And sadly, in Canada, there are currently 90 Indigenous languages, and as we mark the UNESCO Year of Indigenous Languages, we have to understand that 75% of those 90 languages are at the verge of extinction, and that is quite shocking, Madam Speaker. If you look at, there are some languages where only 1 or 2 speakers are alive. I was recently in London, Ontario, and met with some elders from the Oneida Nation, and they have 48 speakers. And sadly, of the 48 speakers, they're only they're all over the age of 65. So not a lot of young people are speaking, and therefore that language, Oneida, is probably at a risk of being extinct within the next generation. So it's something that is quite urgent, and given the history of failures on the part of successive governments to protect languages, I think it's long overdue that we once and for all entrench this into law. When we speak about how we got here, it is over a process of colonization that, as part of our government, our country, in the last 152 years, formally as a country, but of course, since settlers came into North America, we know that over these decades, languages were eroded, primarily, I would argue, because of programs put together by the government. And one of the most important aspects of it is, of course, the effects of residential schools on generation after generation of Indigenous people who've lost their languages. And we know that residential schools played such an important role. And I want to just quote from the Prime Minister's speech at the Special Chiefs Assembly of the Assembly of First Nations on December 6, 2016. And our Prime Minister said, We know all too well how residential schools and other decisions by governments were used as a deliberate tool to eliminate Indigenous languages and cultures. If we're truly to advance reconciliation, we must undo the lasting damage that resulted. And when we talk about residential schools, I just want to walk you through an experience that I had this past month. I went to Moosonee and I met with Tony, who is a residential school survivor. He's in his 60s. He's originally from the Moosonee area. And when he was about 5, he was taken to residential schools, St. Anne residential schools, along with his siblings. And they were there for about 10 years. And during that time, his entire way of life, the entire way of life that he was used to, was taken away from him. So he basically lost his language, lost his spiritual connection to his people. He basically was unable to reconnect with his family because his siblings, both his sisters and brothers, were separated because they were in separate dorms, and he was simply unable to connect with the families, with his family when he got back. He went through a very difficult process in establishing himself. He's now a very, very successful businessman, and he now has 4 children, and he's trying to really tell us how important language is to him, but sadly he's unable to speak the language and be able to pass it on to his next generations. And I think that's the critical moment that we're facing today. Just another comment from Tlicho elder and language specialist Mary Simons, who talked about the connection between Indigenous languages and cultural identity. And she says, our culture depends on our languages because it contains the unique words that describe our way of life. It describes name places for every part of our land that our ancestors traveled on. We have specific words to describe seasonal activities, the social gatherings, and kin relations. So there's a very profound quote where she describes the connection that she has to the language and culture. But I want to just walk through some of the major elements of this legislation. First and foremost, this is a framework. It's a living document, which means that we're putting together a framework that looks at Indigenous languages in a holistic way, that is supposed to be dynamic, that allows for a distinctions-based approach to the protection of Indigenous languages. It is not an Ottawa-based solution to the challenges of Indigenous languages. It is meant to be a framework that allows Indigenous communities, based on the notion of self-determination, based on the notion and respect of each of the nations and the language groups, to be able to define what's important to them and define how those languages are to be protected. The bill is required to be reviewed every 5 years, and both within this House as well as outside, and it will adopt as languages grow and as situations change, so that support continues as we continue the reconciliation journey together with Indigenous peoples. And just to put it in context, when we have a language like Oneida, where we only have 48 language speakers, and we have, for example, languages like Cree, where there may be many more speakers, the needs and the ways to protect these languages are different. What may be important for one group may not be the same for others, and I think the framework that we put together really contemplates that and allows for this level of flexibility that will ensure that it is distinction-based, and it allows each and every community to be able to establish the framework, for the actual action plan for themselves. I want to just talk about one of the other major aspects of this, and that is the establishment of a National Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. This is something that's very, very important. For the first time, we're entrenching in legislation the commissioner who will oversee Indigenous languages and who will be supported by 3 directors who will together will be able to work on working with Indigenous communities and nations to develop programs and processes that will allow communities to be able to advance their requirements. And I think that's why when we look at the framework with that of the Indigenous Languages Commissioner, I think we have a very concrete plan that is really a starting point. It is not an ending point. It's a starting point that will look at turning the tide on the loss of these languages. And what we see from that is the support from the federal government, which, as you can see in Budget 2019, it's a significant investment in the right direction. Right now, we are investing $333 million over the next 5 years to support this initiative. This is currently being debated as part of the Budget Implementation Act. And as you know, it's a significant change from the $89 million over 3 years that we currently have, which is roughly about $35 million a year for the Aboriginal Languages Initiative. So this significant change in funding, I think, will accelerate the ability of Indigenous languages to be protected. I think it's very important that we look at the need for us to protect Indigenous languages. And I bring it back to my personal experience, and I've spoken about this previously in the House as well. And I know the Minister of Canadian Heritage also has spoken many times when he talks about languages. Both of us, our primary language that we speak at home is neither English nor French, and we both came here at a relatively young age. My family speaks Tamil at home. It is the primary language, and over the last 35 years, we've seen a serious conflict that ensued in Sri Lanka over that one language. In fact, the use of the language, the ability of the people to access services in that language, we have over 100,000 people that essentially died as a result of it. And the reason I say this is because for me, the language that I speak at home is so foundational to my life. It's defined virtually every aspect of who I am, and it's defined every aspect of how I live my life and what I do and what I don't do. And that connection to the language, if I didn't have it, I know it's something that I would be a different person today. And the struggle I have today is that I have 2 young daughters who are 8 and 10, and the struggle is how do I pass it on to them? How do I make sure that they speak the language fluently and they have the opportunity to learn and to be able to understand the culture and the context in a way that I was able to understand. And I, regrettably, I actually don't read or write the language, but even then I'm able to understand and to be able to live in that world. So it's a struggle that I face, and relatively speaking, this is a language that has incredible international support. It's institutionalized in many universities. It's the official language in countries like Singapore and Malaysia and elsewhere. So there is a great deal of protection for that. But when we compare them and look at Indigenous languages, it's a completely different situation, because we have essentially failed to support the languages to be revitalized, to be protected, to be expanded, and I think that's why the time now is so critical, and that's one of the reasons I believe that our friends opposite, both from the Conservative Party as well as the NDP, worked very closely with us in putting this legislation through the committee process as well as this House. And as we look forward to its implementation, the urgency of doing this now cannot be underscored. We have communities where I visited in the last several months, where we've gone from 6 language speakers to 5 language speakers who are alive. And there's many like that around the country, and I know my colleagues opposite probably have a good sense of that as well. The urgency, therefore, is not something we could wait till the next Parliament. We cannot defer this to the next generation, because sadly we won't have a next generation who can speak the language to be able to protect and preserve. A couple of months ago, I was in Victoria at the Royal British Columbia Museum, and they have an Indigenous languages exhibit. It's one that I think really speaks to how languages are looked at right now, because we're at a point where certain languages are only available in museums. They were recorded. Last speakers were recorded by academics, and they're preserved. But there's really no process or plan to be able to revive and revitalize those languages. And that is the primary reason that this legislation, the urgency of the legislation, is before us. And finally, on the overall aspects of reconciliation, Canada played a very important role in having these languages at the state they are today. This did not happen because of Indigenous people. This happened because of government policies. And it is government policies that need to change in order to support this process of revitalization. And that is the major responsibility of the federal government, and I believe that is the other impetus for us to support this and to push this forward. I think the commitments that we made to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is critical. It's something that, as a government, the Prime Minister has accepted, and we're in the process of implementing it. And it is a very important step and milestone as we look at legislation that actually entrenches the principles of UNDRIP into law as we implement this legislation. In closing, Madam Speaker, one thing that I want to say, we can look at this loss of languages as something that is dire, and it is dire. It is critical that we revive it and we support its revitalization and its use. But it is also important to recognize that over the years, language is also a form of resistance. People, generation after generation after generation, even though we lost these languages, we know that people, some people in their late parts of their life, even in their last breath, were speaking their language. They're speaking their mother tongue, and that was so important because that is a form of resistance. So we can also we also need to acknowledge that all the language keepers, all the people over the years who have really struggled to keep the languages alive, the language nest, the elders, the communities, the schools where languages are taught. We really owe it to them, and we need to thank them for the enormous work that they've done over the years to be able to support the languages to be kept alive. And I think it's an appropriate way for us to close, because it is those people, their strength, and their commitment that's going to allow Indigenous languages to be revived and to be revitalized and to be used in day-to-day life. And I hope that one day we could really celebrate the survival of all these Indigenous languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the questions for my comments.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the goodwill that went into making this bill, but I think we need to recognize that it is far from perfect. And my colleague talked about the co-development process, but I think it's important to note that there is one national organization that is opposed to this bill, and I wonder if he could speak to that particular issue, because to me, the co-development and presenting something to this Parliament would have been and should have been a consensus approach.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for those comments and those questions and her hard work in supporting this bill. This legislation was indeed co-developed with the three national Indigenous organizations at the table, and she's right. At this point, we still don't have full consensus from all three of the organizations, but we are very hopeful, and we believe, and we continue to have conversations in order for that to materialize. And the urgency of time, I think, is important, because over the last 2 years, we've consulted with over 1,200 individuals and organizations, and we're at a stage where we really do need to get this done at this point.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. And I was glad that he mentioned fluency and the danger of many of these languages that are on the verge of extinction in Canada, and those languages being at the core of culture and reconciliation in Canada. In my riding in the Okanagan Valley, the territory of the Seal people, the language spoken there is in Sealshan. There's less than 50 in Sealshan fluent speakers left in Canada, and there's one of the very few programs in Canada that is teaching fluency to the people, trying to get this back from the edge of extinction. And I think the only other two programs like that in Canada are in the teaching Mohawk and in the Squamish. These programs take a lot of effort and take a lot of time and take a lot of money, and I don't see any significant funding earmarked in this bill or in the government's budget for programs like this that, we've left them to the very end, and we need serious funding to do this across the country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And there's some very important programs like the one that my friend mentioned across the country. There's some very unique experiences and work that communities are doing to preserve the language. With respect to the budget, there's $335 million that's been allocated in budget 2019. And that's over a 5-year period. It's a significant improvement from the $89 million over 3 years that our government put in place, and a vast improvement from the $5 million a year the previous government had with supporting Indigenous languages. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think as the framework develops and unfolds, we will have significant support from this government to advance languages.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I think it's interesting to reflect in light of some of the comments he made on how government policies which try to impose, or cultures in the past that have tried to impose one language have affected both Indigenous Canadians and new immigrant communities. And one of the things he talked about is the importance of language for culture. And I know that sometimes there are ideas, there are sentiments, there are experiences that don't translate very well, that you can explain in one culture, in one language, but it's very difficult to put those ideas together in a different language. And just to develop that, I wonder if my colleague can share examples of that from his own experience as a Tamil speaker, just to help us understand, yes, there are ideas, there are experiences that it's not automatic to simply translate the words, that something is entailed in the original language that may not be as understandable outside.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my friend for that question and those comments. Obviously, the context in which heritage, multicultural language education is taken in Canada is quite different contextually than that of the need to protect Indigenous languages. I think it's fair to say that many of the multicultural languages that are here have enormous international strength and support from other countries, from other institutions, whereas Indigenous languages simply haven't had that and does not benefit from it. And in fact, in terms of the speakers, they're quite limited. So in the sense of being able to, the responsibility of reviving a language doesn't rest with a community of 1,500 or 2,000. It rests, for multicultural languages, it rests with people of 30, 40, 50 million people. So contextually is different, but the struggle, I think, in terms of emotion of not being able to understand the language and the fear that you're going to lose it, I think is real, and it lies with most people who are living in areas dominated by another language groups.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question for the Parliamentary Secretary is, if he can, I'm asking him if he can comment as to what he thinks, Canada has actually lost as a result of not having properly preserved Indigenous languages throughout the years, and arguably, in fact, at times throughout our history, worked to oppress them, and what he sees the benefits are of properly preserving these languages going forward in terms of the cultural identity of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my friend from Kingston and the Islands. We can never measure what we lost. I think that with respect to languages, it is over several generations, spanning 152 years as a country. The loss of language also is attached to the loss of many people. Both, I think the best way to describe it is what the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court said, that what happened in Canada is cultural genocide, and that occurred in the auspices of federal government policies, and we can never recover from it. And I don't think any people that have faced this type of struggle and violation could ever recover from it, but it's important that we start the process, and that's why the overall Truth and Reconciliation calls to action are important, and that's why language revival is so essential.
We have time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Desnay-Massinipi Churchill River, within a minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a question to the government representative. As a Dene speaker, and I speak it fluently, and I'm grateful for that opportunity to still do this. Having been involved in the committee and the process, many witnesses who came forward talked about improvements, the importance of making this the best legislation ever to be for Canada. However, there are so many disappointments yet. I want to ask the government one important question again. I have asked away from here. The amendments that we had brought forward based on the witnesses who came forward and wanting to make some amendments to strengthen the legislation, because this piece of legislation is just a small step and it doesn't look at the whole big picture. Why has the government not taken into consideration the amendments, the hard work that the witnesses have put in, and for coming here and speaking to members of Parliament in the committee?
A brief answer from the member from the Parliamentary Secretary, please.
Yeah, that's not correct, Madam Speaker. In fact, many amendments that were put forward were adopted, and they're reflected in the report that came from the committee. And the legislation as amended, I think, has gone a long way from the initial legislation that we put forward.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand up and speak to this bill at third reading, C-91, the Indigenous Language Act. And I think it's important for people that might be watching to note that we just had a vote at report stage, and it was unanimous in this House to support this particular bill to move it forward. So, I think that in itself speaks to how important this particular bill is. Having said that, we see that it's important to move forward. I think the expression "pursuit of perfection impedes improvement" is certainly a quote that is very appropriate. This is by no means a perfect bill. I think there's many things that still will be looked at in the Senate in more detail, and I certainly perceive that we will be seeing more amendments coming forward. But I think it was seen as a really important step. It was seen as something that we should all support, at least as a movement in the right direction. So improvement for sure, but are we where we need to go? Absolutely not. It was interesting, I was just talking to my colleague, and he was saying he was at a dinner last night at the Ambassador for New Zealand, and there was a delegation that was here from New Zealand, and I understand that there was some drumming and some welcome in Cree at this particular dinner. What was more interesting was when he described to me how the entire delegation that came, MPs from all party, spent over a minute or so talking in Maori. And so all the people of that delegation had some grasp of the Indigenous language of that country. So I thought that was certainly a very interesting story, and certainly I know we have a few language speakers in this Parliament, but we are significantly a long way from anything that resembles that. Obviously, Canada, with the many, many languages and the many dialects, it's in a very, very different position. So this bill is important, and we had many, many witnesses that came to the Heritage Committee who shared how vital the protection and the revitalization of languages was for them. And, as they spoke, they shared research in terms of the importance of language. They shared lived experiences, and they shared suggestions for how we could make this bill better. I think I'd like to, first of all, thank them all for taking that time to come to committee to share their thoughts about this bill. We note that some of the suggestions were taken into account. Others at this time I think will be difficult, but I think this does need to be an evolving process, and it does need to be a bit of a living tree, and is certainly a framework. I think to go back a little bit, and in the debate at second reading, I shared a personal story. And I'd like to share another story in terms of what I witnessed back in the 80s, and the elders who were very, very fluent in their language at that time, and how destructive some of the government policies had been, not only in terms of the residential school, the loss of language. I can remember visiting an elder who was very fluent in her language, and being told that I was really not supposed to visit this elder because she was no longer one of them because she had married a white person who had passed away. And I thought, isn't that strange? I mean, she's of this community, she speaks a language, she was emblematic of the culture of the community, but the government had decided that she was no longer a status Indian because she had married a white person who had passed away, and she could not ever retrieve that status. It was a really unusual circumstance, and that was one of the first times where I sort of saw the impact of government policies where, as a nurse, I was not supposed to visit an elder because I was at the time they called me the Indian nurse, and I was only allowed to be responsible for people in the community that were status. Now, we all ignored those rules, but those rules certainly made no sense. And if you look at all those elders at the time and the fluency of their speaking, and the children, of course, that had returned home from the residential school, who at that time were in their 50s and 60s, very, very few of them could converse with their parents in a strong way with the language skills. And many of these elders were very, very limited in their English. So you can imagine how difficult that was for the communities. So I think, to look back a little bit, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was part of the 2007 Indian Residential School Agreement, which recognized, of course, the school system had a profound, lasting impact and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. And of course, at that time, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper and the previous Conservative government acknowledged these harms and delivered a formal apology in the House of Commons to the former students, their families, and communities for Canada's role in the operation of these schools. And again, this was a time when Parliament came together, so we were government, we delivered the apology, but I remember the NDP were instrumental in that, and I also know that the Liberals welcomed that particular day. And at the time, he said, the Government of Canada built an educational system in which very young children were often forcibly removed from their homes and often taken far away from their communities. Many were inadequately fed, clothed, and housed. All were deprived of the care and nurturing of their parents, grandparents, and communities. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis languages and cultural practices were prohibited in these schools. Tragically, some of these children died while attending residential schools, and some never returned home. The government now recognizes that the consequences of the Indian residential school policies were profoundly negative, and that this policy had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. So, as we all know, the Commission did work across this country, and they delivered their calls to action. And the calls to action number 13, 14, and 15 specifically actually looked at the issue of language. And I think that is part of the reason that you are seeing in this House consensus to move forward with this particular bill that's unanimous. So I think, this is an important bill. We've said it's not perfect. I'm going to talk perhaps about what some of the challenges and concerns that I continue to have about what is the actual technical pieces to the bill as opposed to the more aspirational component. I think my number one concern, and I have never seen this in all my times as a parliamentarian, as you know, Mr. Speaker, committees hear from witnesses. We hear from many witnesses who make suggestions, and then we have the opportunity to put in amendments to the legislation to improve it or fix errors. Amendments typically are introduced in time for all members that are sitting on the committee to reflect on them, to make decisions about whether these amendments make sense, whether they're supportable, or whether they might have other implications. So we went through that process. Many amendments were submitted. They were submitted from independents also. And there was a good opportunity to reflect on what those amendments would mean in the context of the whole bill. But then what happened is there's something called clause by clause, and that's when we look at the clauses as they exist, the amendments that were proposed, and what this current government did was they table dropped 23 amendments. In all of my time as a parliamentarian and the many bills where I have had clause by clause, I've had independents table drop amendments, I've had other parties table drop amendments. I have never, ever seen a government having to drop 23 amendments to their own bill with no time for consideration. So essentially what happened was you had to make a decision on the spot, on the fly, in terms of what were the ramifications of these amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what I consider to be an incredibly sloppy practice, and it was a concerning practice. And certainly what I am hoping is that as the Senate looks at this amended bill as it goes to it, they will be able to catch any challenges that were left there. The other thing that I think is particularly interesting about this bill, and Canadians might not be as aware of it, and it really matches, there are two bills that are before this Parliament that in some ways are partner bills, and one is the bill we're talking about today, and the other is something called C-92, which is the Indigenous child welfare legislation. In both these bills, for the first time ever, and this was confirmed by Ms. Laurie Sargent from the Department of Justice, it is the first time where Parliament has actually decided to speak to the recognition of S-35 rights in legislation as opposed to going through a court system. And I think, certainly as conservatives, we've often said, we should be the ones legislating and the court should be interpreting. And so I think, to some degree, I think it's very appropriate that in consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples in this country, that we do try to do some work around Section 35 rights. The unanswered question is still, our Constitution is absolutely a work that includes our provinces and territories in this country, and for the federal government to be doing some work around Section 35, I think in terms of the language bill, makes some sense because it's not going to impose on the provinces. But in 92, the Child Welfare Bill, they are, again, defining some Section 35 rights, but they are also going to be inserting on the provinces some paramountcy, and they have been so far unwilling to talk to the provinces about that. And I think when you are talking about Constitution and you're talking about putting some definition around some issues in the Constitution, to not have had conversations with the provinces is going to lead this government, particularly in the next piece of legislation that we're going to be debating. I think they've got some real challenges ahead of them. And, I'm very concerned that they have taken an approach, and I don't think I've ever seen things so bad in my time as a parliamentarian in terms of provincial-federal relationships, where things seem to have broken down in a way that I hope we can retrieve back. But to, again, have pieces of legislation where without even having the conversation with the provinces is, I think, perhaps a challenge that we need to deal with. So the other interesting thing as I was going back in my notes, and of course this bill was originally tabled on February 5th, and at that time the Minister of Heritage gave his speech, and I congratulated him on his speech and on this particular piece of legislation. But February 5th was a very interesting date. February 5th was the day that there was an article that came out in the Globe and Mail, and it was the first inkling of the SNC Lavalin scandal. And I can remember the article had just come out, and I asked him a question about that, of course, which I think for the next 2 months we never did get satisfactory answers to any of those questions. But what we learned from that particular article, and that the 2 months that came out after that, is a lot of comments about really, the government speaks many fine words about their commitment in terms of Indigenous relations, Indigenous reconciliation, but far too often their actions fall far short of what is expected. So I know that the former Attorney General of Canada, who is now sitting as an independent, feels particularly concerned about what this government's doing and where it's going in terms of their commitments and the Indigenous file. And we also saw how willing they were to throw someone under the bus, and in the first Indigenous Attorney General, a female in Canada, and in 2 months later, from someone who was well recognized, well respected, how quickly they just threw her under the bus. So I think we need to call them out on that particular piece. I look at other legislation that's related to the Indigenous file. There's the S3. It's an act about gender equity. It was another piece of legislation that was tabled in the House that was related to this file. We had department officials come to our meetings, and it sounded like they had responded to a court decision in what might be a reasonable fashion. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? The first witnesses, and then witness after witness after witness, was able to point out flaws in the bill, flaws that were so bad that the department officials hadn't noted, that the minister had said, everything's fine here, we're taking care of this court decision. That bill was so bad they actually had to pull the bill and go back to the starting point. Then they had to pass a flawed bill, and now we have been hearing recently that there are still some concerns that the issues around gender equity have not been resolved. So those are my particular concerns in terms of this government's legislation when they table it. We have S3, flawed, had to pull it, had to bring it back. We have 91 requiring 22 table amendments dropped. We have 92. What's happening now is there's 6 weeks. There is only 6 weeks left in this Parliament, and they made significant commitments. They haven't been able to get these commitments followed through on. And so in a rush, particularly for S92, the child welfare legislation, they were trying to rush things through. And when I started my conversations or my speech at the top, I talked about things not being perfect, but you needed to move in a good direction. But I think there might come a time where in their rush to get things done, things will be so flawed, and it might be like some of their other bills where they just have to backtrack, and unfortunately, we'll have to see if they can get through in time. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is heartening to see unanimous consent in this House. It is heartening to see the work that has been done. It is only a step. I think I'm optimistic that there will be new technologies. One of the witnesses, I think, talked about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can help with some language preservation. So I think we do need to work soon. We do need to work hard, and certainly we are very happy to support this bill in terms of moving it to the next step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Davenport. Oh, I'm sorry, Toronto Dufferin.
Thank you. As the chair of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, I wanted to first of all reach out to the member across and to say that I was equally frustrated by amendments being brought by members at the last minute, and I acknowledge that that was in fact a very frustrating part of the process. So I understand her frustration about that, and she's correct. Members shouldn't be bringing amendments at the last minute. That was very frustrating. However, some of the amendments, because the timing is a process issue, but the substance of what many of the amendments brought did improve the bill and were based on the evidence that I thought we had heard from the witnesses. And one of them that I thought was particularly important was to try and actually build in a broader vision as to what we consider Indigenous languages. And that responded directly to one witness talking to us about Indigenous Sign Language, which is something I wasn't even aware about, but was really, for me, one of the most interesting parts of the witness evidence that we heard, is to seeing things in a very different way. And so what I was hoping from the member opposite is if maybe she could talk about that part too, about how there was an expanded vision of what we might consider as language and how that was adopted through the amendments as late as they may have been to be introduced.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, out of 23 amendments, of course, there were some that I think were appropriately made and late to the game, but the bigger issue is out of 23 amendments, as you know, legislation is complicated, and sometimes when you make a change in one section, it actually has ramifications. And there, of course, when you're doing that many at the last minute, maybe some are good, but they were voting for things at that committee without being able to look at it in the scope of the full picture of the legislation. So I would never say that all the amendments were not improving the bill, but certainly there is significant concerns. And as I indicated in my comments earlier, I think and would not be at all surprised that if this bill comes back from the Senate, identifying some of those mistakes that might have been made.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to clarify, as a Dene speaker, this legislation is very, very important to me and to the people in my riding who speak fluently Dene, Cree, Michif, and other languages, and across Canada. I find it frustrating during the process of committee. This is where I ask my colleague here what she thinks about the importance when I myself and my colleague brought forward making the amendment that the language commissioner should be Indigenous, and that was voted against by the governing party. What would be her feeling on that?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know what? I think there was a lot of debate around the office of the commissioner, the role of the commissioner, and certainly to me it makes sense that the Indigenous Language Commissioner would be Indigenous. There was also a lot of debate around, how many hours they would work, which seemed beyond the appropriate scope, and there was a debate around what that role would be that they would play. And I perceive that this might be one area that is going to be part of that increased reflection as we see how well it works or what doesn't work and how the government moves forward with it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Based on her experience, I think it is very important to recognize the fact that the First Nations are so important for our party, for our country, and also based on her experience, how sensitive it is to work with the First Nation people. Monsieur le Président, ma question est la suivante.
Mr. Speaker, my question is as follows. We know that on June 8th, 2011, for the first time in Canada's history, a chief of the First Nations was able to speak to the House of Commons, and this was under the Honourable Stephen Harper. My question is, based on her personal experience, What does she consider the impact of this declaration about Indigenous peoples to have been?
The residential school apology, which all parties in this House welcomed, was an absolute historic day in this House. And I think it was a historic day in Canada. And out of that, of course, we have the calls to action, of which many are significant calls to action. So, I think what has happened over the years is we just need to look at the apology. All Canadians need to look at the apology and reflect on the legacy of the schools.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at this legislation, I think it's really encouraging for us to recognize the importance of language. But consistently now, over the last few years, we talk about reconciliation. And, the Truth and Reconciliation booklet, there's about 94 recommendations or calls for action. And this is one of those calls, just like the foster care. The foster care is legislation in which I am a very strong supporter of. We've seen Bill C-262. There's many calls for action that are there for parliamentarians, and it goes far beyond that. We all have a role to play when it comes to reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, whether you're someone walking down Selkirk Street, living in Amber Trails, or sitting inside this chamber, leaders of First Nations or Indigenous communities to leaders outside of Indigenous communities. We all have a role to play in it, and this piece of legislation is really important for many different reasons. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts on the importance of this being as a part of those 94 calls for action in the reconciliation.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
So, of course, we have 94 calls to action. We believe that many are very significant and important. Unlike the current government, when the leader at that time of the third party in the House, he stood up and symbolically adopted all 94 without any sort of analysis of them, that created some concern. But, absolutely, there are many recommendations that we have supported in this House. And, of course, there are a couple where we think that there is some more analysis that's needed. There's some more conversations. And I talked in my speech about the province and the provinces and how there are times when we cannot leave the provinces out of the conversation. We can't leave third parties out of the conversation. So I think there is work to be done, and it is work that is getting done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West. Maybe about a 45-minute or second question, and then we'll have a 45-second answer.
Speaker, I'll do my best, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments and give her an opportunity to say a few words on the government's sort of characterization that we did okay because we passed some amendments. And that for some of us, some of the amendments that weren't passed were extremely important and would really improve the bill, including making the Indigenous Commissioner an Indigenous person, making sure the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People was actually in the text of the bill so that it was binding, and also to be able to refer to the 60 Scoop as a detrimental policy for Indigenous people, and those were not included or voted down. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, in 45 seconds or less, please.
So apart from the 23 amendments, there was many other amendments proposed, some by us that were rejected, some by the NDP that were rejected. So I think I probably need to go back to, my first comment. This is a step in the pursuit of perfection and PEDS improvement, and I think we need to get to the next step, and it will be something that continues to evolve over time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by recognizing my community for the support they gave me, my parents, my siblings, and my cousins, Dean, Deborah, Desi, and Dallas. I especially want to recognize my late cousin Danielle Herman, also known as Superstar. I rise today in a somewhat surprised and spontaneous way to speak once again to Bill C-91, an act respecting the languages of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. As a Dene language speaker, as someone who grew up on the trap line speaking Dene and learning from the land, I know how important this legislation is and how important it is to get it right. Let me begin first by saying that I only found out this bill would be debated this morning about 15 hours ago. I only found out last night that we would be doing third reading of this bill, well out of the 48-hour time frame that it would take to get a Dene interpreter into the House so that I could speak my language. When I'm speaking with constituents back home, I try as often as I can to speak our language because it is as much an act of resistance as it is of the community. When we speak our language, we share our experience, our histories, and our stories. When we speak our language, whether it's Dene or Cree or Michif, we remind ourselves that we survived residential schools, that we keep speaking even though Canada didn't want us to. So to speak here today in a language that I learned for the benefit of others, without enough opportunity to get an interpreter so that a large portion of my constituents can follow a debate on a bill that directly affects the future of their own language. To speak without interpretation is incredibly disappointing and is evidence that once again First Nations people are expected to do business only on the terms of their colonizers. The government describes this bill as an act of reconciliation, but the actions that go on behind the scenes are the furthest thing from reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, throughout the first two readings of this bill and the long committee meetings, myself and my fellow members of Parliament repeatedly heard two things about this bill. First, that the bill is not perfect. The Minister of Heritage told us this. The leaders of Indigenous organizations told us this. ITK repeatedly said that this bill is not good enough for the unique needs of the Inuit. Language speakers and educators told us they don't understand what this bill will mean for them. And rather than offer a meaningful response to the very real objections that Indigenous language advocates and the NDP put forward, the government has consistently given the second response we heard repeatedly. Their answer has been that, despite its imperfections, Bill C-901 is an important first step towards the much bigger project, that is the protection and restoration of Indigenous languages. We have been told that it is crucial for the government to fulfill the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action 13, 14, and 15. We have been told that while the government acknowledges there is much more work that needs to be done, and that this bill points the government in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We cannot claim victory for only taking the first steps towards good legislation on Indigenous languages, just as we cannot say we are bilingual for being able to count to 10 in a new language, and we cannot say we completed a marathon after only the first kilometer. As an Indigenous person who has repeatedly been told that the government is turning the page on Indigenous issues or starting fresh or taking a new step or going in a new direction, or whichever euphemism the government is using this week, I think I speak for the vast majority of Indigenous people who won't settle for beginning again. We don't want the promise of a better tomorrow if it's not followed by concrete action and funding. We don't want the promise of better legislation tomorrow because we have no guarantee of a willing partner. When the Minister of Heritage appeared before committee to present the bill, he told us that he would be open to amendments. Many of the elders, organizations, and language educators who consulted on this bill told us that there were conversations had and recommendations that they made that were not reflected or included in the final draft of this bill. Many of those same elders, organizations, and language educators came to committee to share their stories, advice, and recommendations. And in good faith and knowing it was the will of those who know better than us, the NDP, by the Green Party, by the Conservatives, and by the Member of Parliament for Nunavut proposed a number of amendments to improve the bill at committee, and they were virtually all rejected. Mr. Speaker, I want to take some time now to tell this House why the amendments we proposed on behalf of others were so very important. On a number of occasions, the NDP and the member for Nunavut tried to include language that recognized the distinct language needs of the Inuit, based on the recommendations that the committee heard from ITK and its president, Nitan Obed. One of the most startling facts that we heard was that Nunavut actually has more English-speaking teachers than it does English-speaking students, and that the English and French languages receive more funding than Inuit language education programs. Inuit people wanted a bill that worked for them, and ITK made a number of thoughtful and balanced amendments, but they were rejected entirely by this government. The member for Nunavut, with his community in mind, put forward an amendment that would allow the government to enter into amendments with provincial and Indigenous governments in regionally specific cases to further the unique language needs of that region. His thoughtful amendment would have opened the door for federal services to be offered in Indigenous languages, based on a nation-to-nation understanding of what communities need. Mr. Speaker, in a territory where the large majority of people speak Inuktitut, it is a crucial act of decolonization for the government to access to services in the language the people speak. Instead, services are available in French or English, and too many people don't have access, and the government, by rejecting this amendment, has failed to meet the needs of the Inuit people. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is part of an ongoing conversation that we've been having about the status of Indigenous languages in Canada. As the House well knows by now, the decades of oppression from the Canadian government and residential, boarding, and day schools have told our language speakers that they and the language have no place in Canada. What we're seeing now is a resurgence of our languages, one where we are free to speak them in our homes and communities. We're seeing more and more young people engage with their traditions, learn the languages their elders and parents are speaking, practicing their language in their schools and on the land. We're seeing our elders step forward to teach their language, many who are no longer afraid of what might happen if they are seen sharing their knowledge. We are seeing language speakers start camps and summer programs to teach their language, and along the way, language speakers are told by the government that they are they are doing good work for their people. But governments, both provincially and federally, are not supporting the work of language educators and youth with funding or resources to grow our languages or preserve them in our own terms. In Saskatchewan, for example, the province just announced that high school students will now be able to take classes in Dene and Cree, which sounds like a really good initiative. Unfortunately, language educators know too well that languages education needs to be funded throughout childhood. Language education needs to begin in kindergarten, and meaningful education takes place in every grade, in every lesson, and throughout one's life. What we're not seeing, Mr. Speaker, is the recognition of the status of our languages. Without the status of our languages, we won't see the right investments made in education. We won't see the right investments made in preservation, and we won't see the right investments moving forward. I understand there are practical concerns about status that the government is concerned about, but to seriously consider those concerns is a profound act of reconciliation and decolonization that this government did not want to consider, because claiming success for small steps is easier than being courageous for taking big ones. I dream of the day when Indigenous people in Canada can walk into government services, buildings in their own community, and have the ability to speak their language. But that day is yet to come. Mr. Speaker, one of the other big concerns that I've heard from my constituents is about the role of the Indigenous Languages Commissioner. I understand that overseeing the funding, restoration, and preservation of Indigenous languages requires some bureaucracy, and this legislation creates that bureaucracy. But language educators and Indigenous organizations don't know what the Language Commissioner's powers will be, how it will affect their day-to-day operations, or how funding models will be established. All we know so far is that language educators will presumably need to go through an extra layer of government through yet another new application process in order to get funding. What we also know is that elders and language educators know what is best for their own communities. But the creation of another level of government that educators will have to go through is troublesome for two reasons. First, for the more principled reason that the government should be funding language programs directly instead of accepting the high overhead costs of a new government agency. And second, because educators will now be at the directive of the Languages Commissioner, who may have the ability to say if certain ways of learning and preservations are not good enough without knowing a particular language or cultural group and their needs. If we value the input of educators on the ground, then we need legislation that keeps the people at the front of the legislation. And as it's written, it is unclear to me and to educators that the Act respecting Indigenous languages will actually do for Indigenous languages. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we proposed an amendment at the Heritage Committee that would ensure that Indigenous Languages Commissioner and the directors of that office would be First Nations, Métis, or Inuit people. It is so important that the Languages Commissioner be Indigenous. It is only through having the lived experience of an Indigenous person of knowing what our languages, what our communities deal with, of the history of our people, of the resistance that we have put up against the Canadian government, and the daily experience of what it's like to live in this country, that the Indigenous Languages Commissioner can operate. We wanted to enshrine that minimum lived experience and understanding into this position, knowing how important it is. What we were told at committee was that asking as much was unconstitutional to write that condition, but that the government would do everything possible to make sure an Indigenous person would hold the position of commissioner. What I hear from this government is that they want to protect the Constitution, but act in a way that goes against it. They want to uphold a colonial document, but use words to say they are on our side despite it. Mr. Speaker, my big concern, and the concern that I've been hearing from so many of my constituents, is that the position of Languages Commissioner may become a political appointment for someone who means well but doesn't fully understand our experiences. At virtually every committee meeting with the Department of Heritage, Indigenous Services, or Crown Indigenous Relations, these branches of government are represented by non-Indigenous people. And while these ministers and professionals are educated and well-meaning, there will always be a barrier to a full understanding of our communities and what our communities need, because their experiences in life are just so profoundly different. We had an opportunity with Bill C-91 to make sure that the barrier was lifted, that the Languages Commissioner would be an Indigenous person and would have a better understanding of our unique needs. But that opportunity was shut down for a mix of political and colonial reasons. Mr. Speaker, lastly, there is the question of funding. A lot has been said publicly about how this bill is just one phase of this government's plan for Indigenous languages and that funding will come later. But there is a direct correlation between the mandate of an organization which is created in this bill and the funding of an organization which is noticeably left out. It is unclear how the government will assist with education funding, and it's on this basis language educators are confused by this bill. Will funding be given through a projects-based approach? How will that funding work, and on what basis will funding be given? Will existing educators be supported, or will they have to start over? Will priority be given to innovative teaching styles through apps and the internet, or will our known ways of learning on the land and in small groups be the priority? How will sign languages be included in this funding model? And how will this funding work with children who attend public and private schools across the country? Will the Languages Commissioner work with provinces to fund educational initiatives from kindergarten to high school graduation? How will that work for communities that have more than one language group, like in northern Saskatchewan, where Michif, Dene, and a few dialects of Cree are all spoken in one community? Will students be forced to choose which language to learn, or will the opportunity exist to learn all languages available to them? And what about residential school survivors, survivors of the 60 Scoop, and the thousands of survivors and their descendants who have lost their languages at the hands of the government? We tried to include these specific groups through amendments to the preamble of this bill, but they too were rejected. How will their right to their language be recognized, supported, and taught? How will we empower survivors to regain what was taken from them and their families? If it isn't clear at this point, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates a lot more questions than it does answers. It would be nice, if not expected to, at least know some of those answers before this bill passes through the House, so that we can let Indigenous people and language speakers determine for themselves if this bill is a success. There is a lot of pressure to support this bill. The government is running out of time to complete its mandate before the election this fall, and I know that Indigenous leaders are doing their best to make sure this bill has the support it needs, because it is, at the end of the day, a step forward. But there is exponentially more pressure to make sure this bill, affecting such a large aspect of our way of life, is done correctly. While this bill is a step forward, to what goal and to what end are we walking towards? Is the goal one of half measures that marginally improve Indigenous language education in Canada, or is it the end one of the fundamental change to Canadian society that fully respects the needs of Indigenous languages, recognizes their place in our culture, and will create a generation of Indigenous youth who speak the same languages that generations of people before them spoke? When I think of this bill, I don't think about how it will affect the outcome of the next election. I think about people like Marsha Ireland, Kevin Lewis, Graham Andrews, Cheryl Herman, Vince Henneque, Cameron Adams, Julius Park, and so many others who worked so hard to teach and share their language in northern Saskatchewan. It's with people and culture in mind that we have to think about this bill. I think of the future of all Indigenous languages across Canada, knowing that we have to do what's right and not just politically convenient. With these thoughts, I'll finish, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the contribution that the members made to the debate. The things that come to my mind is just recognizing that in many of the answers that the member is looking for could probably be best had after we've seen the legislation passed, because I think in good part it also obligates government to continue having that dialogue, working with Indigenous leaders and community members to answer some of those questions. I don't believe that it's just the government that has to provide all the details of those answers, what I would suggest to you maybe somewhat prematurely, that here, as the member opposite herself has recognized, it is a significant step forward. And as a part of that forward movement, Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize that there's always an ongoing level of discussion with Indigenous peoples and looking at ways in which we can take advantage of the legislation that we are actually attempting to pass. Would she not agree that that's a very important component of what will hopefully be the law itself, that ongoing discussions and how important that is?
The honourable member for Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you very much. Here we are. This is a very, very important legislation that affects all Indigenous people across Canada, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, from coast to coast to coast. We have been told by elders, language educators, and leaders and others, the importance for the government to act now. We are done enough. We had enough of talking. We talk, research is done on Indigenous people. More research is done on Indigenous people. Recommendations may come forward, but we wait 10 more years. This government is very good at saying one thing, but when it comes to real action in making changes to Indigenous people's lives, this government is playing games, just like it did with this debate. I didn't have a chance to have an interpreter to do when I delivered my speech because there wasn't enough time given for me to ask for an interpreter. I have the right to do that, but the bureaucracy and this government prevented me from doing that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague's commitment and her speech that she just gave. And I think she talked about two things that I want to follow up on. One, usually there is respect in this House, and you have opportunities to prepare for debate. And as she knows, and I know that, getting a notification at 6:30 at night saying that this is what the House is going to present tomorrow for debate. We have something called the Thursday question, and the Thursday question is to lay out the House schedule, and it's to allow opportunity for people to prepare their remarks. I have colleagues who have really wanted to speak to this bill, and of course, phoning them at 8 o'clock in the morning is not giving them time to do what they would like to do to participate in a reasonable and fulsome fashion. So, that's number one issue I would appreciate her talking a little bit more about. And the second, of course, is the process by, which, committee dealt with many, many, many amendments in a very sort of ad hoc way without really having the opportunity to do proper and due diligence on all of them.
The honourable member for Desnete, Mrs. Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you for that opportunity to yet again clarify from, I think, our perspective here. As a Dene speaker, coming from northern Saskatchewan, who's lived off the land and who still goes home and practices the language on a regular basis, the importance, when I hear from the elders in the community, across not just my community, throughout the riding and throughout Canada, the importance of we want to be included. We want to have the opportunity to speak in our languages. Again, the government gave that opportunity. The notice last night, it didn't give me the 48 hours for the translation office to phone for my interpreter to come here in time so that I can deliver my speech. That is not being supportive, and that is not being inclusive to make changes for Indigenous people. And the second piece and the amendment that I speak about, the language commissioner, the importance of supporting that it be Indigenous. It's okay to say, it's one thing to say, we'll talk about it when the time gets here. But the experiences of Indigenous people has been that when the time gets here, it gets changed again, and there's no support coming from the government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor, because I think it was really important to remind people how important, or rather what a privilege it is to work with my colleague on this bill. And if I realized one thing by being a representative here in Ottawa, I mean, I came here with obviously some values and objectives and issues that I wanted to deal with, but I really discovered how important the relationship with Indigenous peoples is and just how wrong that relationship was and how many improvements needed to be made. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk a little bit about, what I think is sometimes irritation in the face of this very paternalistic attitude from this government. They're dealing with a bill that is so fundamental, so long. People have been waiting for it for so long. We've been waiting for action on the TRC recommendations. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk about this, because I don't think that we should ever deprive ourselves of the wonderful experience of people like her who really understand the reality.
Member for Desnate, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you to my colleague. It is an excellent opportunity to be a member of Parliament. It is a privilege. It is an honor. And as a member of Parliament, I expected when I got to the House of Commons that I was an equal to other members of Parliament in the House. There are over 300 members of Parliament. But because I speak an Indigenous language, I still have to figure out a way, an opportunity for me to speak the language. I would have thought, and other Canadians would think of this, that Indigenous people who speak their languages when they come to the House of Commons will equally have the time, like the English language and the French language, but we don't have that opportunity. Again, I emphasize the importance of this legislation. Yes, it is, but I emphasize that the government is still taking the approach of paternalistic and colonization. The way it went about it, it is disrespectful to Indigenous people that we, Indigenous people, have to make amendments to accommodate them instead of the other way around. And they have so much learning they need to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her very important speech and the unfortunate circumstance that she wasn't able to deliver it in Dene. And I just had to stand up and underline the irony of talking about legislation on Indigenous languages and not allowing Indigenous speakers to speak their Indigenous language on the Indigenous language legislation. I just had to stand up, and Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw a House that could cooperate, that could set partisanship aside, that allowed me to table a bill on Indigenous languages in amongst some procedural happenings in the House. We saw sides come together. I was able to stand up and able to table legislation, and that legislation included some very important amendments that were brought forward and weren't passed by the government. So I just wanted to make that point and allow my colleague to make comment on those amendments and the opportunity we have here today to not just make a small step, we could actually make a difference in people's lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Desnate, Mississippi, Churchill River, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Very much. Language is identity. That's who we are as Indigenous people, and this government is playing with that. And shame on them for doing that.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mio Totakuan Tatawa. That is Cree for guests. You are welcome. There is room here. And if my great-grandmother, Lucy Brenneyes, full-blooded Cree woman, had been able to be elected to this place, she may well have extended the same greeting here in this House from the peoples of Treaty 6. And in keeping with Indigenous tradition, I would like to acknowledge that we are on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe, and it is a great honor to be here today, Mr. Speaker, to rise in support of Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. You know, Mr. Speaker, along the way, we as Canadians forgot the welcome and partnership that Indigenous peoples offered to original European settlers. A colonial and superior mindset began to dominate the land, and over time, misguided and discriminatory policies served to turn Indigenous peoples into the other. The official government plan was to assimilate Indigenous peoples. Reservations, residential schools, stripping children and elders of their language, separating families became the norm. Intergenerational cycles of grief, trauma, substance abuse, suicide, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and societal marginalization ensued. In the 1990s, Canada paused and held a Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. And I spoke with one of my mentors, who was a commissioner of that very Royal Commission, Dr. Peter Meekison, just last night. And despite many clear recommendations to improve the lives of Aboriginal peoples, successful governments were slow to act. As part of the 2007 Indian Residential School Settlement, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was formed to listen to survivors and to make recommendations to government and to Canadians. The committee met until 2015. I remember the last public meetings, which took place in 2015 in Edmonton. I was moved then and remain moved today. The work of the TRC informed this government on our steadfast commitment to reconciliation, signing on to the United Nations Declarations of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, ending boil water advisories on reserves, empowering Indigenous families to keep their children in their care, closing the gap on education funding, and implementing Jordan's Principle share but a few examples of our commitments. And with the Indigenous Languages Act that we debate today, we respond in consultation with Indigenous peoples to calls 13, 14, and 15 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Order, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
That we do not have quorum in this chamber, and the honourable mention opposite is, honourable member opposite is giving a wonderful speech, and I think it's a pity his people are not here to hear it.
I'm afraid 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We don't have a quorum. If we can ring the bells to call some members in. I believe we have quorum again. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre may continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a major milestone in our journey of reconciliation.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Franco-Albertan. And over the years, I even learned Spanish.
Growing Francophone, Francophile, and Franco-curious community of Edmonton and of Alberta, centered around Campus Saint-Jean and La Cité Francophone, fundamentally changed my life. I am here today as the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Centre, in large part due to my ability to live and love both of Canada's official languages. What you may not know, Mr. Speaker, is that despite my French last name, I grew up in a predominantly English-speaking household. I conversed with mes mères and père and mes tantes et mes oncles en français, but
in French.
As a 15-year-old student, I applied for and was honored to be chosen to attend the Forum for Young Canadians here in Ottawa. My then 15-year-old self was struck by the fact that I could not communicate with fully 40% of the delegates. Interesting and dynamic students from Quebec and New Brunswick. They assumed by reading my last name that I could speak French.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Bow River.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we have quorum here. I would call for quorum.
I'm afraid we're short. We'll have to ring the bells. We don't have a quorum. We now have a quorum. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre may continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I was saying is that they looked at my name badge and they saw Boissonneau and they assumed I could speak French. And I couldn't. I couldn't even string 5 sentences together. I was so struck that it sent me on a journey of identity and a lifelong journey of acknowledging and shaping that identity. And I resolved that summer to double down on learning French. I chose later to study at Campus Saint-Jean of the University of Alberta to be able to learn and, as I said earlier, love the language. And as I have said, that decision changed my life. And, you know, I think of the young Indigenous people in my riding, in our province, and across the country who are Cree or Dene or Blackfoot or Mohawk who do not have access to language learning opportunities like I did. They face often the same struggle of identity, the same need to connect to the traditions, teaching, and spirituality that the plunge into learning one's own language affords. The connection to history and the inability to share and pass on teachings is one's ancestral tongue is fundamentally important. In fact, it is a basic human right. And yet, Indigenous languages in Canada are disappearing. Elders are dying, and with them, the knowledge of their mother tongue. Our future depends on the survival of our language. So it is for Indigenous peoples. And yet, according to UNESCO, at least 3/4 of the 90 Indigenous languages spoken in Canada are at risk of disappearing or are vulnerable. While we cannot change the past, we can and we must work together for a better future. The time to act is now. And we will do so with the Indigenous Languages Act.
In this way, our government kept the promise that the Prime Minister made to Indigenous peoples, a promise to table a bill that would help them reappropriate their languages and help revitalize and strengthen them and make them sustainable.
This legislation will provide the mechanisms to recognize Indigenous language-related rights, support the reclamation, revitalization, strengthening and maintenance of Indigenous languages in Canada, support and promote Indigenous languages, provide long-term sustainable funding to reach these goals, and establish an office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. It is why, Mr. Speaker, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage earlier in my time here on Parliament Hill, that I was so taken by this work and collaborated with colleagues so that we could see today arrive. The legislation before us was co-developed between Canada and national Indigenous organizations, and through intensive engagements with Indigenous specialists, knowledge keepers, and experts. And I would like to thank and recognize the extraordinary work done by the Assembly of First Nations, the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, and the Métis National Council. Their insights into the invaluable role that elders play in language acquisition and preservation is critical. We heard clearly and agree with the deep sense of urgency to act, particularly with respect to elders and their role in revitalizing Indigenous languages. The 2005 Task Force on Aboriginal Languages and Cultures noted that there was an urgent call for immediate action to stem the loss of languages. And it goes without saying that there is a need to provide support to Indigenous communities and governments to help them act immediately. To put this in perspective, Mr. Speaker, in the First Nations context, for example, 1 in 3 seniors reported having an Indigenous language mother tongue in 2016. By comparison, about 1 in 10 First Nations children aged 10 to 14 had an Indigenous mother tongue. Some languages have few remaining speakers of the grandparents and great-grandparents generation. While no Indigenous languages in Canada are considered safe, it is important to state that language vitality across First Nations, Inuit, and Métis varies broadly. For example, among the Inuit, a higher percentage of seniors also reported having Inuktitut as their mother tongue compared to younger generations. Yet Inuit have the highest percentage of mother tongue speakers across all age groups compared to First Nations and Métis. For the Métis, less than 2% of the Métis population reported the ability to speak an Indigenous language. A higher percentage of Métis seniors reported an Aboriginal mother tongue and the ability to speak an Aboriginal language compared with their younger counterparts. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report stated that communities and educational institutions should be prepared to draw on valuable resources from Indigenous communities to facilitate the teaching and transmission of Indigenous languages. This is not to say that Indigenous languages are completely gone when there are no speakers left. Languages can be revived through the efforts of documentation and archiving. Even in this case, elders will be the most valuable asset to help build resources for their languages for generations to come. There's also Bert Crawford of the Aboriginal Multimedia Society, who saw the importance of preserving language 36 years ago when he made the decision to safeguard audio and film content on old reel-to-reel VCR cassettes and old 16mm film and floppy disks that contain storytelling, interviews, and music in the Cree language. Today, he is helping to direct a project called Digitizing the Ancestors to create a searchable digitized archive. It will be a resource for future generations to learn Cree by hearing voices from the past. Young people, too, are working hard to reclaim and revitalize language and culture. Jeremy Dutcher, a classically trained artist from the Tawike First Nation in New Brunswick, recently won the 2008 Polaris Music Prize and the 2019 Juno Award for Indigenous Music Album of the Year. Jeremy's album, Walstak Eyiklingtung Akokdabwa, features traditional Maliseet songs recorded a century ago, Mr. Speaker, from the Canadian Museum of History. The First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education Centres reiterated the importance of elders in their Indigenous languages legislation in their report by stating, "Our elders guide our work and support our community base and national role as language advocates and language experts." Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share with you two examples of reclamation action that are close to my heart. The Canadian Indigenous Languages and Literacy Development Institute at the University of Alberta aims to stop language extinction through cultural education and expression. This exchange, in turn, often addresses historical traumas, mental and physical health, and both social and academic struggles for Indigenous youth as they learn intimately about their history and traditional culture, sometimes for the first time. In addition, the Royal Alberta Museum in downtown Edmonton, which is dedicated to preserving Alberta's rich history, proudly displays many of its exhibits in several Indigenous languages, including Cree, Dene, Blackfoot, Nakota, and Michif. Further Indigenous stories are interwoven throughout all 6 human history galleries, and this lets all Canadians learn about deep-rooted history and tradition from Alberta and across Canada. And today on CBC, Mr. Speaker, I learned that an enterprising music group from Cape Breton took Paul McCartney's song Blackbird and is now able to sing it in Mi'kmaq. This bill allows for the flexibility required to support the various states of language vitality. In some situations, that may mean supporting elders' participation in language planning, activities, and programming. In other situations, enhancing access and an opportunity for an elder to learn their language from their cohorts is equally important. This is based on the concept that language revitalization should be multifaceted, meaning that language revitalization may involve more than one approach to address various segments of the community, ranging from early learning to adult immersion. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I will state that every year, sadly, Indigenous communities learn more elders. It is time to act. I envision a future, a near future, where Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, young and less young, can have the opportunity to learn, explore, and promote and protect the languages of the ancestral peoples of this land. Our commitment to reconciliation and our fundamental values of fairness and inclusion demand nothing less of us than to pass and implement the Indigenous Languages Act. Mr. Speaker, I remember chatting with my great-grandmother, Lucy Brenneis, when I was about 5. She would have been about 88. And she said, "Randy, these hands used to skin hides. Now they make apple pies. Someday the land will return to us, and with it, all of our languages." We owe it to Indigenous peoples and Canadians to get this right, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Merci. Hi, hi.
Bravo. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech there. One of the things I spoke on this at second reading already as well, and one of the things that really maintains language is to have a community and to have a culture, and that both of those things have been impacted by our history in Canada in terms of our Indigenous people. But one of the things that's really helped in northern Alberta has really helped Indigenous communities is their participation in the oil industry, their participation in the oil and gas, and the wealth that that has brought there. And the wealth, when the communities have the wealth, they become communities again. Their culture begins to thrive, and their languages are able to be maintained. So my question to the honourable member across the way is how does he see the impacts of the cancellation of the Northern Gateway project? How does he see that in helping maintain language in northern Alberta?
Well, member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his interest in this file, and I can say that economic benefit is part of the foundation of anyone's life and livelihood, and that to be able to be in a safe place to learn one's language, one needs to have an economic foundation from which to do that. We know all too well in my city and in my riding of Edmonton Centre the challenges and the triumphs faced by urban Indigenous peoples, and I can say that I am proud of the work that this government is doing, not only on Indigenous languages, but of the deep consultations and accommodations that are going on to ensure that we're able to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline in exactly the right way.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments and give him an opportunity. I think my comments earlier about the irony of discussing an Indigenous language bill but not giving the opportunity for speakers to actually give their speech in Indigenous languages. And I had shared the example that the government and parties in the House yesterday cooperated so that we could do something better together, but my colleague from Destiny, Miss Nippy Churchill River, was unable to give her speech in Dene, and I just think that's ironic and hypocritical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for her steadfast work on this issue, and I can say that it is our government and indeed this Parliament that authorised and made sure that parliamentarians could speak in Indigenous languages. I know one of my colleagues from Montreal has spoken in the House in Mohawk. My colleague from Winnipeg has spoken here in Cree, and I can tell you that it is our commitment to make sure that people are able to speak Indigenous languages. We all understand that the timing in this place is fluid, Mr. Speaker, and that we are approaching the end of the Parliament. What is critical is that this Indigenous Languages Act be passed so that it can benefit Indigenous people and Canadians for 7 generations and more to come.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I know the honourable member from Peace River Westlock wanted to get up and ask another oil-related question, which is, very pertinent surrounding Indigenous languages, nonetheless, and we really appreciate those types of questions. But as you know, Indigenous languages are very important, and I hope we'll have the opportunity and the future, actually, to have the chance to debate this in perhaps Indigenous languages in the House at some future date, and there can be some concordance between the House leaders about ensuring that Indigenous members can debate the Indigenous Languages Act in an Indigenous language, which is very important. I know this place is just before an election, and there's a little bit of a fever, and people are getting a little bit excited, but nonetheless, it's symbolic nonetheless, and I hear a lot of agreement surrounding this bill. I know my honourable member from Peace River, Westlock from the Conservatives is very much in favour, as well as the member from Edmonton Centre who's worked very, very hard on this bill. But it's, this is a very symbolic and a very important moment in Canadian history because it is the fulfillment of what it means to be Canadian, and it is the fulfillment of our nation as truly one of the greatest nations in the world. But we still have work to get there to ensure that we can all express ourselves in the way that we feel most comfortable.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for his work. Not only is he an impressive drummer, I hope to aspire to be able to speak Cree as well as he does someday, and I can tell you that the tears are in my eyes because this is the right thing to do. It should have been done decades ago, but we can't rewrite the past. What we have control over is now. What we have the ability to do is all of the House leaders to come together, to get a shortened timeline, to see this legislation passed, and to go back to our ridings and be able to hold our heads high and work with Indigenous peoples to say we are here to help work with you to promote, protect, and preserve Indigenous languages. That's one of the reasons I'm in Parliament. That's one of the reasons I'm in favour of this legislation.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess I got to go around at this once again. Chief Isaac from Lubicon First Nation, he's come out strongly in favor of keeping Northern Gateway going. His own community has struggled over the last number of years to keep their people employed. He is a Cree speaker himself, and he just says if we cannot make a living up here in northern Alberta, our entire community falls apart, and with it goes our culture and our language. What does the member have to say about the cancellation of the Northern Gateway pipeline? Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and the reality is that we have an economy that is built in many sectors, and I can say that 10 years of conservative ignorance of the environmental movement and policies put in place by the previous government, verified by the federal court, are what cost Northern Gateway. And so if he wants to draw a direct line between Indigenous communities and their survival, he needs no further than to go look at the Harper government. We're here now to talk about Indigenous languages and making sure that Indigenous communities can preserve, protect, and promote their languages. That was our mandate. That was our mission. That's why we're here today.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inuit populations are worried about what affects Inuit in this legislation. Iqaluit, the capital of Nunavut, has only one school where Inuktitut is spoken. So young people are having a hard time speaking their own language. When I was young, I spoke only English. My family moved to Ontario, and I was able to go to a Francophone school in Toronto and live and study in my own language. But my brother and sister, they were raised in an area where there was no Francophone school. So what my brothers went through in Ontario is what the Inuit children in Iqaluit are going through. Why is this not mentioned specifically in the bill? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and obviously our experiences are similar in how we learned the other official language. Now, it's very important that we all work together on this bill. The Inuit were stakeholders in this legislation. We have to deal with all Indigenous communities, and the question of language is what we're dealing with today, but everything following this bill will help all Indigenous people, including Inuit. Questions and comments? The Honourable, the Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his very impassioned speech and his personal trials and tribulations as well, and his very important work on the Heritage Committee. I would like him to explain a little bit how important it is for Indigenous cultures to maintain, preserve, and protect languages. We often heard very painful testimony, very heart-rending testimony about how when the language people are cut from their language, they are cut from the culture, they are cut from the traditions. If you can please explain to us the importance of protecting one's language. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre in 60 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague also for her work on the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, because this is a project that was co-created with Indigenous national organizations and with colleagues from all sides of the House. Language is a bridge to culture. It is the portal into traditions. It is the portal into who we are. It is a fundamental characteristic of identity. Imagine living your entire life in a second, third, or fourth language. Imagine not knowing what your cultural, spiritual, or linguistic traditions are because a government agent or a government agency said you're not allowed, or your grandparents weren't allowed to speak that language. It is fundamental that we work with Indigenous communities so that they can make the link back to their spiritual ancestors, that they can make the link back to the land, that they can speak the language of their ancestors, and that we can use this and work together as a key pillar of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise once more to speak on Bill C-91, the Indigenous Languages Act. I will share my time today with the member from Peace River, Westlock. Indigenous languages across Canada are certainly diverse, unique, and richly intertwined with our cultural mosaic, which makes our country such an amazing place to call home. The promotion of Indigenous languages and Indigenous history and culture more broadly is something which we should all seek to promote as part of our national character. As I mentioned during my speech at the second reading of this bill, support for the promotion and teaching of Indigenous languages has rapidly grown in my riding of Saskatoon-Grasswood, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, in my city of Saskatoon. During my 9.5 years as school board trustee in the city of Saskatoon, the teaching of Indigenous languages to new generations of young people was a priority which was taken very seriously by everyone around our board table. I was very proud to take part in the expansion of the Indigenous Language Training Program in the Saskatoon Board of Education, to which gave more young people the opportunity to study Indigenous languages and connect with the rich and vibrant cultures that they are attached to those languages. The teaching of Indigenous languages enriches our education systems, and it gives students a valuable and unique learning experience. As I have previously noted, instruction of Indigenous languages is growing in my riding of Saskatoon-Grasswood and in our city of Saskatoon. The expansion of teaching of Indigenous languages is certainly enriching the learning experience of more and more young people in our city. Confederation Park Community School offers language instruction in Cree for about 280 students from pre-K all the way up to grade 8. They're involved in this learning process. The students benefit from Nehi Owawin Cree language and culture program and are able to immerse themselves in the study of the Indigenous language as part of their education background. Additionally, over at Westmount Community School, it provides Métis cultural program that includes Michif, the language instruction for students there, again, from pre-K all the way up to grade 8. Charles Red Hawk School offers Cree language instruction from pre-K all the way up to grade 4. And Mount Royal Collegiate, Princess Alexandria, King George School all provide Cree language instruction in our school systems. The Saskatoon Public Schools offer instruction in 3 Indigenous languages, Cree, Michif, and Dakota. Furthermore, Dakota language and culture lessons are part of Chief Whitecap and Charles Red Hawk schools. St. Francis Cree Bilingual School offers Cree education to over 440 students in pre-K to grade 5 and another 150 students in grades 6 to 8. This school has seen tremendous growth in our education system since the launch of the Cree language program way back in 2009. When only, by the way, there was only 133 students enrolled in the program in 2009, and look how it's grown since then. The demand for education in Indigenous languages has proved to be incredibly popular. Hundreds of more students are now being taught Indigenous languages in our schools as a result. More and more people in Saskatoon are seeing the benefits of Indigenous language education, and as a result, St. Francis Cree Bilingual School is now serving students in 2 different locations, on McPherson Avenue, where they have pre-K all the way up to grade 5, and then from grade 6, 7, and 8, they have a school now at Bateman Crescent. The instruction of Indigenous languages is continuing to become available for even greater number of students who know the inherent value of Indigenous languages for both their learning and for their communities. At Oskayak High School in my neighbor riding, Cree language instruction is offered there from grades 9 all the way up to 12, where approximately 70 students are taking Cree language instruction. Moreover, the Greater Saskatoon Catholic School Division offers core Cree language instruction for some 348 students from pre-K all the way up to grade 8 at St. Mary's Wellness and Education Center. These statistics bear repeating because, Mr. Speaker, they show just how important Indigenous languages are within our current education system. Young people and their families recognize that the promotion and the revitalization of Indigenous languages is something which is incredibly valuable as a cornerstone of Indigenous culture and is a vital piece of Canada's multicultural mosaic. We support Bill 91, C-91, because this legislation represents a pragmatic, a reasonable and necessary approach towards strengthening and supporting Indigenous languages across this country. The bill responds to 3 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action. The promotion and revitalization of Indigenous languages is one step in the long path that we all must take towards reconciliation as we move forward from a dark past. Mr. Speaker, a former Conservative government created the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as part of the 2007 Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. We recognize that the devastation and the terrible harm that was inflicted upon the Indigenous peoples of this country, and we recognize the profound intergeneralization damage that the Indigenous language and cultures suffered as a result of the residential school system. From the dark past, we must grow together in a spirit of reconciliation. And Conservatives know that the preservation of Indigenous language and culture is part of a way forward. On another matter, Mr. Speaker, last night I had a great privilege to see the screening of the movie Grizzlies. This movie has been talked about in Canada now since it has been produced for the last month. I am fortunate to have the opportunity a couple of years ago to travel up north to Nunavut. But those Canadians that don't have the opportunity, this movie will give you a snapshot of what life is like for those living in the north and the wonder of the northern landscape. The movie explores the challenges faced by youth that live in the north, who are straddling the traditional way of life with modern, while dealing with the fallout of colonialism and residential schools. It is an uplifting film about a difficult and sometimes very tragic experience for Indigenous communities up north. Through this film, we experienced last night how facial expressions, for an example, and gestures, traditional storytelling, music, singing, drumming, are all vital to traditional language and culture. We are educated by witnessing traditional language and culture in the characters' everyday lives, and we can understand why it's so critical and must be honored and protected. I wish each and every MP to take in this movie, Grizzlies. It was shot in Nunavut. It's a story about suicides in Nunavut. It's the highest area of suicides that we have in this country. Sport brought the community together. But more than ever, this movie last night depicted a number of things. Like I talked about song, I talked about singing. There was an instance where there was a older brother singing to a younger brother in their language, putting him to sleep. It's a movie that I think all Canadians must see. It deals with not only suicide issues that we have in this country, but language, culture. And I know a lot of us don't get the opportunity to go to Nunavut. And this story last night was one that I think all Canadians should take a look at. It was very moving last night, and we certainly would recommend that, Mr. Speaker. And it talks about what we're talking here today about language, about culture. And we often don't get a chance to talk about Nunavut in this House because a lot of us don't have the opportunity to go up there. But I can tell you it was an emotional film. ITK was, many members from ITK were in the theater last night. There was a lot of crying, but at the same time, it brought a great, I thought, great culture to this country, the music and the language. And I'm ready to take questions, Mr. Speaker. I see my time's up. I've said enough about the movie Grizzlies, but I'm happy to support C91.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to just congratulate the honourable member with his speech and the interesting stories. I was at the UN last week with a number of my colleagues here at the Indigenous Peoples Forum, the United Nations, and the National President for the National Métis Council, Clem Chartier, spoke there, and he talked about, and I know you were there as well, for the other honourable member was there as well. He spoke actually about how we need to ensure we save these Indigenous languages, our Indigenous languages of Canada, and there has been no other government that has done more to advance the ideals of reconciliation, and this bill goes a long way. And he was talking at a specific session related to Indigenous languages. And so obviously I'd just like to hear the thoughts of the member about that UN forum and what he heard while he was there as well.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg. He certainly was a guiding light for me at the forum in New York. The first time for me to be at the UN and to listen to the issues. It was a very informative 3 days that I had in New York. We talked to many people in our province. The Métis are starting to get organized, if you don't mind me saying. Glenn McCallum is their president, and Mr. Chartier have done a lot of work with the Métis in our province of Saskatchewan. They have rich traditions, as the member knows. We often just deal with them once a year in Batoche and then forget about them. But I think what I heard from the leaders, certainly of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan and Canada in New York, we've gone full circle. This bill will help them immensely. I talked about what we're doing in some of our schools in Saskatchewan, and we fully endorse this bill. And, you know, thank you to the member for bringing up the question here this afternoon.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes it's like we're in two parallel universes with the Conservatives. Here, the member is saying he's supporting the bill, saying that it's important to acknowledge Indigenous languages. Now, I agree with that perspective. However, from 2012 to 16, the Conservative, or 15 rather, the Conservative government under Stephen Harper took action when it came to Indigenous issues. It cut 60 million. And we had Minister Aglukak, who was Minister of Health, and we needed a document that needed to be translated into Inuktitut to preserve the health of women, Inuit women. And she refused to have that document translated when she was minister. So I have trouble putting these two visions, Conservative visions, together. And I'd like the honourable member to explain how the previous government could have taken action like that and how they think differently today.
Member for Peace River Westlaw. The Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're also looking for the former Minister of Health back in this House in October of 2019. She's our nominated candidate for Nunavut, and we can't wait to have her back on that side helping the Conservative vision in this country. She certainly has done a lot for the people of Nunavut and Canada in speech, in tradition, and Indigenous languages, and we can't wait to have that minister back once again with us. Don't forget, it was our previous government, Mr. Speaker, in 2007, right here in the old place. Stephen Harper was the one that took the lead, and it was Truth and Reconciliation. It started there in 2007, so Conservatives have been on board all along. You know, this government on this bill, it's funny, Mr. Speaker. They waited till February 5th of this year to table it. We're weeks away from adjourning here. This bill, C-91, should have been brought to the House 2.5, maybe even 3 years earlier. But they have done so much for the people that we're here now rushing this bill and C-92 through the House because they've done little or nothing the last 2.5, 3 years.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in Canada, the most dangerous words that are ever spoken, I think we're the government and we're here to help. And I think that's a little bit of the sentiment that I want to cover today with this particular bill. In this particular bill, I will be supporting this bill. I don't really see anything wrong with this bill, and I'm happy to support it. But what I want to talk about today is that underlying premise that we're the government, we're here to help. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that you should put the federal government in charge of a whole lot of things. In Canada, we have a bit of a crisis with the caribou. Caribou are on the Species at Risk Act list. They are a species at risk, woodlands caribou that is. And the only place in Alberta where the caribou have actually gone extinct is in Jasper and Banff. Those are two places in Alberta that are entirely the jurisdiction of the federal government. And so I say, if you want something to go extinct, put the federal government in charge of it. And so I'm concerned about it when the federal government is saying, don't worry guys, we got this under control, we're going to save Indigenous languages. I think this is a step in the right direction, but I'm not necessarily convinced that it is the federal government that's going to save Indigenous languages. I say that because this government has, over the last number of years, made it more and more difficult, particularly for First Nations in northern Alberta, to make a living, to build community, to build families in northern Alberta that can survive, to allow people to live in their traditional territory. We see a large influx of people moving to the cities, in due part to the fact that the economy in northern Alberta is struggling. In no small part is that due to the fact that the Northern Gateway Pipeline has been canceled. The member from Edmonton Centre said, well, you know, it was because the Conservatives didn't do this right or we didn't do that right. We definitely had our challenges with the Supreme Court, and every time the Supreme Court said you hadn't done something right, we went back and tried to correct that thing. But we were pursuing getting pipelines built in this country, and in fact, we built 4 major pipelines when we were in office. Those things brought prosperity to northern Alberta, and you can ask Chief Isaac Lubican of the Woodland Cree First Nation about that. He's been on the record several times saying that we need to get pipelines built in this country in order for him to maintain his community, their culture, and their languages, their way of life, all across the board. It is when folks have jobs, when they are able to pay their bills in their home community, that their community is built and thriving. He shows me, Mr. Speaker, he shows me on Google Maps, you can see where their ancestral lands are. His grandfather, the foundation of his grandfather's house is still sitting there. You can see it. You can see the small clump of houses that, the foundations of a small clump of houses that is still on Google Maps. You can see that today, just north of where they currently live. So they are very much connected to their history. He is a Cree speaker, Mr. Speaker, and many people within his community speak Cree. What he is seeing, though, is that his inability to provide jobs for the people that live in his community means that they are moving away. It means that the numbers of his community are dwindling, and it means that they're moving to Edmonton, or they're moving to Calgary, or they're moving to Saskatchewan, or to BC in order to find work. In the past, we had the forestry industry is active all around his community, and many of his people have driven logging trucks, run logging equipment, build roads for the logging industry. That has allowed them to make a living and live right where they do. As well, they also have an oil field service company. They're building roads for the oil patch. They're managing a bunch of the oil and gas wells in the area. They're looking at getting into the solar industry, putting up acres of solar panels up there. They are very much involved in the economy up there, and that is what allows them to continue to flourish in there. That allows them to go out hunting. When they have the money to buy the gas to put in their snowmobile, that allows them to run their trap line. That allows them to start a family, to buy a home, to do all the things that needs to be done to build a community. And if without community, without culture, without language, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to think that in this place we silo a lot of things. We'd like to silo them. We'd like to say, oh, okay, we're going to maintain culture, and then we're going to go and maintain language, and then we're going to go and maintain community. Mr. Speaker, those are artificial divisions. The reality is, when you live in a community, culture, language, and community are indivisible. There are 3 different ways of describing one thing, and that happens to be our society or our culture or whatever. Those are 3 different ways of describing one thing. And so, I commend the government in bringing forward an Indigenous Language Commissioner. But the member from Edmonton Centre was just in here saying that he had tears in his eyes because finally, we're going to do something to protect Indigenous languages in this country. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a first good step. This is a notable thing, but it's not the federal government isn't suddenly the savior of Indigenous languages in this country. This is a step along a process, and so it seems interesting to me that he's in favor of protecting Indigenous languages with an Indigenous Language Commissioner, and yet he's happy to shut down pipelines, preventing folks from northern Alberta from making a living and to maintain their culture and their way of life. Mr. Speaker, the other thing about languages, I don't think the fundamentals about maintaining language are the same whether it is Indigenous languages or other languages. And in my constituency, I have about 7,000 to 10,000 people that speak Cree. I've got 10,000 people that speak German. We've got another 6,000 to 7,000 that speak French. All of these communities struggle to maintain their language. There's no doubt about that. But because they are vibrant communities, despite what a Ms. Bombardier from Quebec says, they are vibrant communities. They're the communities of Falher, the communities of McLennan, the community of St. Isidore. These are French-speaking communities that are vibrant. The economy is flourishing in where they are at, and there is no threat to their French-speaking ways. The signs in their communities are still in French. There is no threat to that because of the fact that they have the ability to create community, to create culture, and to speak their language, because the economic underpinning of all of it is there. And that I don't think that is not as specific. That is why I say it's not specific to the fact that just Indigenous languages are struggling in Canada. If you don't have the economic underpinning, it doesn't matter. Your culture, your way of life, your community is at threat if you are unable to finance, if you're unable to survive with the economic situation in your particular area. It is unable. And so I stand here today, and I mentioned this in the second round of in the first time we had to speak on this bill at second reading. I mentioned the same thing, and it was interesting to me that there was not a lot of reflection on the fact that we have to get the economy right for our Indigenous peoples in order for them to maintain their families, their culture, their language, their communities. All of those things are immensely important. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I just would like to communicate, I guess, perhaps it is somewhat easier for the communities in my area to maintain their language in the fact that they are more northern and remote communities. They're not right next to major urban centers. And so in that, when I say all this, there is some lack of understanding on my part as to a Indigenous community that would be completely surrounded by an urban center. I do not understand nor acknowledge. I also acknowledge that is something that is outside of my realm. But I do think that the fundamental to maintain community culture and language is to get the economy right. And to get the economy right in northern Alberta, we need pipelines, Mr. Speaker. We need pipelines so that we can get our product out to market. We need pipelines so we can get our grain off the rail, or our oil off the railway, so we can get our grain on the railway, so we can get that out. We need pipelines so we can get the oil off the railway, so we can get our lumber out to market on the railway. We need pipelines. We need pipelines. We need pipelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, or Winnipeg North. My apologies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is somewhat of a historical type of day in terms of the legislation that we're debating, because it's part of the calls for action on the whole reconciliation report. I think that there is a great deal of interest in terms of seeing this legislation ultimately pass through the House of Commons and ultimately get to the Senate. I would suggest to you that there's 3 or 4 really substantive pieces of legislation that really have a significant sense of hope that's out there, and this is one of those pieces of legislation. The foster care legislation is yet another example of that. And when we reflect on that legislation, that legislative package, if we can, in hopes that not only does it clear here, but it also clears the Senate, that I believe that it will provide hope for many Canadians in all regions, Indigenous and non-Indigenous people alike. I can appreciate the concerns in regards to the member wanting to root it back into pipeline debate, and I'm wondering why it is that he would choose this particular issue to raise the issue of pipelines. Economic development is something that is very positive. It's encouraging. There's no question about that, the diversity of our economy, but we also got to take into consideration environmental concerns. And why would he want to have that sort of a debate when we're really trying to advance this very important issue today?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that brings me to what I think is very cynical about this particular government's bringing this particular bill at this particular time. It seems to me that we are in the last days of this Parliament. We've been here for 3.5 years. And the very fact that now suddenly this is a major priority and we must push this through seems to me a little bit disingenuous. It seems to me that this is much more of an election piece, this is much more of a campaign piece than an actual genuine concern about languages. And that goes back to my original point, is that I do not think that it is fair-minded of this government to be introducing this bill at this particular time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
Speaker, and I appreciate the speech given by my colleague. Just in preference to it, there is a new play done since 2014 called New Blood, which is a phenomenal high school student production that I wish could come to Ottawa. It's been in southern Alberta, but it goes to, I think, the heart of what this Indigenous languages piece is about. But to my member's question, having been on the committee, there was many witnesses that talked about the grassroots things they're working with on languages. They had severe concerns, and this is Indigenous people, about how they feared the money would not get to the educational level that they needed at. On the Siksika Reserve, for example, they're doing immersion. But again, they expressed a concern that this money is being directed to major organizations. They're very concerned the government money that would come from this will not do what it's intended. So just to my colleague, through the Speaker, what would his response be to that concern of Indigenous people in the educational system?
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, I go back to the opening of my speech there. The most dangerous word in Canadian society, I'm the government and we're here to help. That is always the problem when the government gets involved with it, is to get the money to where it really will make the impact is always the challenge. And that is why I'm much more free market about it, is to allow people to make the money so that they can support their communities, so that they can support their culture, so that they can support their language. If you get the fundamentals right, their language will survive, as the French language in Northern Alberta has survived, and as the German language in Northern Alberta has survived, so too the Cree language will survive in Northern Alberta. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-71, an act respecting Indigenous languages. Mr. Speaker, there are over 70 Indigenous languages spoken in Canada. Over 250,000 people, First Nations, Métis, Inuit, speak the Indigenous languages well enough to carry on a conversation. The most spoken are Cree, with almost 100,000 people, Inuktitut with almost 40,000, Ojibwe almost 30,000, Ojibwe Cree almost 16,000, and Dene 13,000. While these numbers are significant, there are languages that have been lost or are at risk of being lost unless something significant is done to retain the cultures, the understanding of the languages, and of the Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that in my riding of North Okanagan Shuswap, something significant is being done to preserve the Indigenous languages of the Secwepemc and Splatsin Okanagan nations. Two examples of this language restoration and preservation are the Shahia School, operated by the Splatsin Band near the border of the Shuswap and Okanagan territories, offering preschool to grade 6. They basically follow the provincial curriculum, but they are also integrating the Splatsin language and culture into their programs. Another that I have more experience with, because I've had the opportunity to visit the school, is the Chief Atom Indigenous Immersion School on the western end of the Shuswap Lake area. This school was established through the vision of parents and leaders of the Adams Lake Band, the Little Shuswap Band, and the Nisconlith Band, all part of the Shuswap territory. I've had the privilege of touring Chief Adams School and saw some of the work that has been taken up by the parents and the elders of the area. Truly inspiring work, amazing work that is being done largely on a volunteer basis. They have highly skilled educators working collaboratively with the parents, with former students, with the elders, with technicians, all putting together not just a curriculum from scratch, but the books, the entire teaching process, page by page, image by image, illustration by illustration, and story by story, all from scratch. They've learned how to do this, and from what I saw, they're doing an incredibly good job of it. They have elders that show up on an almost daily basis. These are elders that are in their 90s, the few remaining handful of people that can speak the language and understand it fluently. They're working side by side with technicians on computers, on illustrators. These elders could have never imagined the technology that is being used now to retain the language that they learned after it being passed on generation after generation through stories, through dance, through drumming, through some incredible means. But now they're able to tell those stories and pass them on so that they can be recorded digitally, which is something they would have never imagined, and in written form and illustrated form in booklets. These are truly amazing pieces. The school also takes the students out into the field and onto the streams, which is an immense part of learning and understanding the language and the culture. What I learned when I was there about the languages, I asked if it was based, if the languages were based similar to our Roman languages or French languages, and they're not. The languages are really based on experiences, on places, on geographical areas, and they're often based on different times of the year. One language or one word or sound in one language may not mean exactly the same thing with a neighboring band. Similar but slightly different. We learned that with the renaming of the Shuswap Park, formerly Roderick A. Brown Provincial Park on Shuswap Lake. Apparently in one language, the Shuswap word meant place of many waters. Another neighboring area thought that it referred to the place of many fish. So there's such subtle differences that are being found out by the recording and the digitalization and the restoration of this language into modern forms. It's really interesting to see how they're able to do that. The other part that school does when they take the students out into the fields and the streams is they actually harvest off the land. They're harvesting fish, they're harvesting plants, and they also harvest wildlife. In fact, they even bring in a deer into the school grounds. They actually teach the students how to process all of the meat and all of the goods off of that deer that they've harvested, and they've built a smokehouse so that the students can learn really what the language means when they talk about preserving their food for their future and how it's preserving their culture. The Chief Adams School has Indigenous and non-Indigenous instructors there. They have brought in people from the community outside of the bands themselves to educate them. As I say, I was very fortunate myself to be able to visit the school. In fact, I was there first of all last year. I came back again in March of this year. The school is doing so well and so supported by the community that they're doing a large structural expansion there. They're going to expand their inner space and teaching area so that they can hopefully include higher grades, that all of those age levels right up to potentially university and beyond, but all through an immersion process. Many of us have heard about French immersion, but this is Indigenous immersion into the Shuswap and Shuswap languages, truly an incredible component. When I looked at the books they had, the students are taught the sound by the instructors, but the sounds are written with our English phonetic alphabet. I had it was a real challenge for me to pronounce some of the pronunciations there. So it was really interesting to see how your tongue is placed, just how you roll the voice through your throat. All of this is part of those subtle differences of all those different languages. So I look forward to C71 actually making some difference on the ground for students and for the people so that they can retain languages like that, like the Shuswap language, elsewhere in the country. We have a risk of losing those languages, and it's going to be even more and more challenging as those members age. Mr. Speaker, how's my time doing? 11 minutes to speak yet. Okay. Thank you. I wasn't aware I had that much time. Pardon me? Yeah. Okay. I'll keep stretching it out.
I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member for a moment. The honourable member has been giving a very good speech, and I'm trying to hear it, but the rumble in the room seems to be going up. So I just want to remind everyone that business is being taken care of, and the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap, I'm sure everybody will be very interested and focus on him and hear what he has to say. The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, and you said it, it really is interesting to see what takes place in this Indigenous immersion school. As I said, the language is much more than written words on a page or spoken words in a story. They actually take the students out into the field. They experience the actual culture, the actual processes that the languages describe. And I know we're going into question period here shortly. We have a few minutes left for questions and answers. So rather than make it awkward and stretch this over question period and into another day, if I can wrap it up here, Mr. Speaker, I'll take question and answers until the question period starts.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I would really like to thank my colleague from the Shuswap Okanagan in terms of articulating a really important example. And I think what that leads us to reflect upon is, yes, this legislation is important, and yes, this legislation has had support at report stage. It was a unanimous vote in this House. But I think it's going to be communities that actually drive the process. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about the importance of sort of community-driven solutions and the different sort of stages that languages might be at in terms of their development.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Kamloops, South Thompson, for the questions, or Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for the question. What I saw in that school with the involvement of the community in the development of the curriculum, of the illustrations of the books, showed how important it is to include the communities. This was a school that was really driven by the parents of the students that wanted their children to learn the official languages, their cultural languages. Involving those communities that way is incredible. This bill begins to address that part of it, but I think there's a lot missing out of this. The bill was brought in 2 years after it was promised, and then at the last minute there was over 24 revisions, table dropped. It obviously wasn't well prepared, typical of this government, and the lack of consultation that they've really done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I think the honourable member is aware that he has 8 minutes remaining, and I think he has in mind to come back and finish later, or not? Oh, okay, that's it. All right, thank you very much. And then following question period, there could be time for questions and comments, depending on the situation. Obviously, as he understands, I'm sure completely, statements by members, déclaration des députés, honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. We suspected as much, and now we know. Big Oil controls the Conservative agenda. Last month, their leader met in private with senior executives of the dirty oil industry. Mr. Speaker, do you think it was to design the mysterious Conservative plan to fight climate change? Not a bit of it. Mr. Speaker, it was to secretly design a strategy to win the election and get the Energy East pipeline built across our land, our agricultural land, and our waterways. All the risk is for Quebecers, and all the money, all the profit for billionaires in Calgary. This is the first stage in getting their dirty oil pipeline built, opening the floodgates of the money pipeline. Now we've seen the Conservatives getting generous contributions. This is a party that works for big oil against Quebec, and I say Quebecers deserve better. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, citizens are dealing with the consequences of climate change everywhere. In Quebec, we know that flooding has created thousands of human tragedies. Laurentides-Labelle has not been spared. We absolutely need to settle the issue of cellular communication in rural areas. Such as Amherst have had to declare a state of emergency. Consider the flood victims who were isolated in emergency services, their worried families, and let's act quickly before an even worse tragedy occurs. I'd also like to say to the citizens and thousands of volunteers in Montcalm, Kamiaka, Lac-Saguet, Rivière-Rouge, Val-David, Nominguet, and each of the 43 municipalities in my riding. Almost all of them are affected, but you have shown extraordinary support for one another and shown how strong you are as a community. You deserve all our respect and gratitude. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating the 15th day where the Optimist Club of my area celebrates young people. The event pays tribute to 70 grade school students who have been singled out for their efforts. They work hard and they are rewarded. For 4 years now, I've had the pleasure of attending this event, and every time I am really moved to see the pride in the eyes of the students and their parents. Thank you to the many volunteers, and thank you to the professors, the teachers and school principals. Thank you to the parents who support their children in this endeavor, and above all, bravo to the 70 winners.
For Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
I rise to recognize a courageous young boy in Mississauga, Aaron Mills. Brian Lodi not only endured a 1-year battle with leukemia, he used his experience to create support systems for others fighting this cancer. His courage and strength inspires me and others around him to do more and give more to our community. 12-year-old Ryan Lodi is an ambassador for Sick Kids Hospital and has started an organization called C-Squad, which tries to bring normalness to children's lives after the trauma of cancer through activities and supports. As Ryan raises awareness on the ground, our government supports his plight and others like him by investing $150 million to support cancer research through Budget 2019. These investments matter to kids like Ryan, whose lives have been drastically impacted by this illness. Thank you, Ryan, for your contagious bravery and strength and for spreading joy to those around you. You are my hero. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Today marks Yom HaShoah, the day we commemorate the Jewish victims of the Holocaust. We honor the more than 6 million Jewish children, women, and men, and so many others murdered by the Nazis and those who survived. The generation of Holocaust survivors is slowly leaving this world, and it's even more important now that we never forget what happened. They are warning us that history is repeating itself, and now we must fight back against growing anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and racism. Canada is not immune. B'nai B'rith reports a record number of anti-Semitic incidents here in 2018 and a rise of anti-Semitism for the 5th consecutive year, fueled by online hate. It takes love and courage to move from hate to understanding, to stop being a bystander and to become an ally instead. It takes extraordinary courage and resilience to learn from past mistakes. Let us uphold a stronger framework of human rights that will allow us all to say never again. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, with fine weather just around the corner, you've surely noticed that motorcycles have started to appear, and that's great. I myself am a motorcycle enthusiast, and I'm happy to see there are more and more motorcycles on the fine roads of Quebec and Canada. But motorcycles mean the need for prevention and safety. Every year since 2017, I've urged motorcyclists to look into the safety days organized in Quebec. These days are important because the number of motorcycle accidents is falling, but are still happening. In 2017, 1,923 people died in motorcycle accidents. And this is an increase compared to the period of 2012-2016. I urge all motorcyclists to be even more prudent on our roads. It's not only their safety, but it is also, and above all, the safety of all those they share the road with.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to visit the district of Lillooet in the riding of Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, and thanks to Brad Viss for joining me for the day. Nestled in the lee of the rugged coastal mountains, the community offers exceptional opportunities for BC's burgeoning wine industry and agricultural sectors. It is a diverse community with so much to offer. I was especially pleased to visit the Lillooet Friendship Centre, which works to promote educational, cultural, and social welfare advancement while promoting self-reliance and independence. An Aboriginal organization, it provides essential services such as chillax and youth center programs, emergency shelters, mental wellness and addictions programs. Mr. Speaker, it's the volunteers and committed Indigenous leaders and not-for-profits like the Lillooet Friendship Society which provide excellent services toward a better future for those who need it the most.
L'honorable député d'Edmonton Centre.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Entrepreneurial and hardworking. Almost daily, I have people in my riding reaching out to me, stopping me at coffee shops and pausing to chat on their doorsteps about how Budget 2019 is making their lives better. Like Richard, who thanked me on his doorstep for the Canada Training Benefit that helps him to take new training courses that will see him advance in his company and provide a better future for his kids. Or the young family that stopped to talk about the new first-time home buyers program. They're excited to finally be able to afford a home closer to their work along the West LRT line, a priority which we believe in and we funded, Mr. Speaker. Innovation is in our DNA. This budget will help our businesses scale and grow thanks to more funding for Western diversification. Mr. Speaker, when we add the $20 million for LGBTQ serving organizations, this budget is another example of how we are helping Edmontonians and Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-L'École. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce two pieces of news affecting Les Jardins de Napierville, known as #1 for fruit and vegetable production. The CEO of Vegro International, Jerry Van Winden, was named Personality of the Year in the world of agri-food by the Quebec Food Processing Council. And it has been investing in Quebec, British Columbia, and Florida. The region was also chosen as a laboratory for the research chair at Laval University, working to deal with soil degradation, the degradation of black earth, as it's called. It will be working with INSERC and the Canadian Innovation Foundation. An $11 million investment will help to make this area remain the kitchen pantry of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, this week on the steps of the Alberta Legislature, there was a disturbing pro-communist rally. The legacy of communism includes mass violence, oppression, the dislocation of hundreds of millions, and the deaths of more than 100 million people. Its legacy is an ocean of blood. My maternal great-grandparents are among those who lost their lives to communism, dying in the gulags of Siberia. My maternal grandparents were forced to flee their native Lithuania, they among hundreds of thousands who came to Canada to escape communism. What happened at the Alberta Legislature this week should shock the conscience of all Canadians of goodwill. The promotion of this evil and murderous ideology must be condemned unreservedly.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, an inspirational woman has joined her ancestors and husband Earl Fontaine in the spirit world this past week. I would like to acknowledge Shirley Malcolm Fontaine for her contributions to the Manitoba First Nations and her lifelong commitment to improving educational opportunities for children. Shirley was involved in several important initiatives, including the creation of the Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Centre, which provides the province's leading education, administration, technology, language, and cultural services to First Nations schools in Manitoba. Shirley believed in her people, language, and had a commitment to bettering our youth through education. Thank you, Shirley. Miigwech. Mr. Speaker, let us also stand to recognize one of the finest artists of Canada, Benjamin Chichi. He always refused to be an Indigenous artist. He was a proudish Nabeg. He drew simple lines, usually acrylic on paper. Highly influential in his time, he said, "I don't paint the past but the present, the living of today." We can see his works like the flock of four geese. They represent the four directions, the unborn, the youth, the adults, and the elders, all moving in the same direction. Even though he died in tragedy and is buried in Ottawa, far from his land and people, he still inspires today.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Health Subcommittee of the Mississauga Lakeshore Council for Seniors, who have worked tirelessly on a report reflecting the ideas and concerns of our community. They connected with home care providers, healthcare administrators and professionals, hospital executives, and seniors in Mississauga Lakeshore. The Council also had the opportunity to meet directly with the Minister of Seniors. In the report, the Council addresses important issues like the need for national pharmacare, wait times for essential diagnostics, hallway care, and the negative physical and mental health effects of not being able to age at home. They further point to the growing proportion of seniors in our population, Mr. Speaker, the high cost of hospitalization, and the need to focus on affordable, comprehensive home care. The Council also stressed the importance of transparency and accountability in our healthcare system. I would like to thank Madeleine Edwards, Andrea Lloyd, Frank Standardo, Probir Chatterjee, Robert Herrick, Roy Cornish, and Tim Tibbs for their inspiring work in advocating for the seniors of Mississauga Lakeshore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
In 2015, the Liberal leader said that the budget would balance itself in 4 years, but instead he saddled Canadians with a massive deficit and nothing to show for it but tax hikes and job losses. He said he would be a feminist, but instead used his power to smear and denigrate strong women who spoke truth to his abuse of power.
power. He took an illegal trip to a billionaire lobbyist island, embarrassed himself in our country in India, and consistently places more importance on his photo ops instead of the people who pay our salaries. He spent millions of tax dollars on people who have illegally entered Canada from upstate New York, while those languishing in refugee camps wait years and years to legally come to Canada. Over 4 years, through his own actions, Canadians have learned the truth about the Liberal leader. Fake, self-centered, and incompetent. He's not as advertised.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
I stand today to recognize 100 years since the founding of Community Care of St. Catharines Thorold. Community Care is an organization, Mr. Speaker, committed to the welfare of others, founded in 1919 as soldiers returned from the First World War. Founding member Lenore Taylor said back then, "I cooked soup all day and every day, Mr. Speaker, because I had 400 families to look after." Today, 100 years later, 200 volunteers, just like Lenore, contribute every week by serving thousands of individuals throughout our community. Today, led by Betty Lou Suter, a Niagara Citizen of the Year many times over, Community Care offers 21 programs and services ranging from food and shelter security to emergency services and family supports. Mr. Speaker, please join me to congratulate and thank Community Care of St. Catharines Thorold on the incredible milestone of 100 years of service to others throughout the Niagara area.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Hey.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, every year since 2011, I have toured the municipalities in my riding, and it's extraordinary to see that in a country as rich as Canada in 2019, there are regions with limited access to high-speed internet, and we're still having problems with cell coverage. The people in my riding have to deal with these problems. Our rural regions have been abandoned. Yet, money and resources are available. For example, the RMC of Drummond worked flat out for 2 years to complete a rural fibre optic network. Unfortunately, the Liberal government did not support the project. This government's plan to connect all Canadians by 2030, it's too late. We need a quick solution to improve internet access and cell coverage at a reasonable price for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled to rise today and mark the 1-year anniversary of the passing of my friend, Gord Brown. Gord was a lover of sport, both as a champion kayaker and captain of the Conservative hockey team. But above that, he loved his family and where he was from. For 14 years, Gord was nothing short of a tireless champion for the constituents of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. With the loving support of his wife, Claudine, who's here today, and his sons, Tristan and Chance, he was able to cement his legacy through the revitalization of the Eastern Ontario Development Program, compassionate care measures in Bill C-44, his work for forgotten survivors of thalidomide, and passing Bill 370 to rename what is now known as Thousand Islands National Park. Canada lost a top citizen and a great parliamentarian. His boys lost their dad, and Claudine lost her best friend. With the love for Canada that everyone in this place shares, we'll be working hard every day to make it better and stronger, just like you did, Gord.
Here. It's wonderful to have you here, Claudine. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
It's difficult, if not impossible, to build a life without a home. By next summer, an empty downtown lot in Calgary will be home to an affordable rental apartment building. With 74 units for people at risk of homelessness, it is the 5th major Calgary housing project to receive support from our federal Liberal government. Importantly, 16 units will be wheelchair accessible, and the building is designed to achieve 41% energy savings. This project wouldn't be possible without our government's historic national housing strategy, as well as support from the Home Space Society, the Resolve Campaign, the Calgary Homeless Foundation, and philanthropist David Bissett. Thanks to their hard work and effort, countless more Calgarians will be able to stop worrying about trying to find a roof over their head and start building their lives.
Hear, hear.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Another day and another trade dispute with China and no tangible action by the Prime Minister. We've got the canola crisis costing billions. Now the pork sector in Alberta and Quebec are affected. When will the Prime Minister finally realize that his refusal to take a stand, to stand up to China, is costing so much to millions of Canadians? Mr. Speaker, we were informed yesterday by Chinese authorities that 2 pork exporters had their permits suspended. I want to clarify that these suspensions are due to administrative reasons. The CFIA is working with the companies to identify a solution. This is something that happens on a regular basis, and we are confident we will find a quick solution. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, it's not just administrative reasons when you've got 2 Canadians unlawfully jailed in China. Now our canola exports are being unfairly blocked, and we can add the pork producers of this country, who are those paying for the mistakes of this Prime Minister on the world stage. And what is the Prime Minister's response in terms of these attacks on Canadians' interests? Absolutely nothing. But it's worse than nothing. They're still sending Canadian tax dollars to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, which is run by China. So how many more people and how many more industries will have to suffer before this Prime Minister finally takes action?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Monsieur le Président, ce qui arrive avec what's going on with the pork industry is an administrative issue, and I'm confident that we will find a solution very rapidly. Mr. President, Conservatives are playing little politics, and I would like you to know that today we have learned that the Leader of the Opposition is refusing to allow an independent check on the cost of their promises. So I think that the Conservatives are hiding the same way Doug Ford is hiding their very big cuts.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadians have paying for the broken promises of this government ever since the 2015 election. That will come to an end in October, Mr. Speaker. Another area where this Liberal government has completely failed Canadians has been on the energy sector. The Conservative record on pipelines has been to see the private sector build 4 major pipeline projects during our time in office. But the Liberals have vetoed and killed and now purchased a pipeline that they can't build. And Bill C-69 is the final nail in the coffin. More and more Canadians are speaking out against it. Will they...
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member of the opposition is absolutely wrong. We are the government that gave approval to Nova Gas Line. That has been completed. We are the government that approved Enbridge Line 3. That's almost completed on the Canadian side. We are advocating with the U.S. on Keystone XL pipeline. We are the government that has put in a process in place to move forward on the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion in the right way with a meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities, something they voted against, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Following 2 months of inaction on the canola file with China, we've now learned that the pork industry in Alberta and Quebec are being affected. And the Minister of Agriculture confirmed that she never spoke to her Chinese counterpart, that she doesn't know what the Minister of Global Affairs is doing, and that it's not time to launch a complaint with the WTO. The crisis is getting worse. The Liberals are refusing to even talk about it. How long will the Prime Minister let producers suffer before taking some action? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we are talking and taking action and have been doing so for the past 2 months today. We are committed with Chinese authorities. We have had discussions on a daily basis. We have regular meetings with a working committee because we acknowledge the importance of the industry. We respect our partners. We respect the industry. And we are working as part of a team to take the best action possible to resolve this situation as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Les Havres. The problem is that China doesn't respect them because they can't take a stand and stand up to them. That's the problem. In a tweet from 2016 that was deleted, the Prime Minister guaranteed canola producers access to the Chinese market till 2020. It's 2019, and guess what? Canola producers no longer have access to China. It's unacceptable that after having made this promise to producers, the Prime Minister has failed so miserably. Instead of deleting tweets, can the Prime Minister, for once, keep a promise and stand up for canola and pork producers in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I assure you that we are taking a stand, that we are taking action in different ways to deal with this situation. We are working in conjunction with the Minister for Trade Diversification, with the Minister of Global Affairs, the Prime Minister, and we have a great deal of respect for our producers and their representatives. That's why, once again, today we have the working group that is focusing on action, and we will continue to work with a great deal of commitment here and on the ground in China to resolve this issue.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
This week, both the Liberals and Conservatives made it clear that they're more interested in working for rich corporations than they are for Canadians. With Loblaws and SNC-Lavalin, the Liberals have shown whose side they're on, and it's not on the side of regular people. In fact, the current Attorney General refuses to investigate the justice appointment leak. He seems to think that vetting judges through a partisan Liberal donor list is A-OK. So whatever happened to the rule of law, and whatever happened to the promises that the Prime Minister would do things differently?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our government has taken significant steps to make sure that we have in place a process for appointing judges that is transparent, that is merit-based, Mr. Speaker, and that enhances the diversity of the Canadian bench. The new process is effective, Mr. Speaker. We're at 296 judges appointed or elevated at this stage. The diversity of these appointments is unquestioned. 55% of them are women, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to continue to ensure that our appointments process is merit-based, continues to be fair, continues to be open, and continues to attract the very best candidates to the bench.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
And how many of them are Liberal donors, Mr. Speaker? Now, they gave $12 million to one of Canada's richest companies. At the same time, women's shelters in Canada are having to shut their doors. Every day, on average, 590 women and children get turned away from overcrowded shelters that are packed beyond capacity. Many are forced to return to abuse and violence because of a lack of funding from this Liberal government. If this supposed feminist government is able to find millions of dollars for handouts to billionaires, why can't they provide funds to help women and children find shelter?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Just come back from a gathering with the founding members of Canada's Shelter Movement. An announcement was made where a study we have invested in is showing where the gaps are and where the opportunities are. To date, our government's invested in a child benefit that gives women and families more money. The NDP voted against it. We've invested in gender-based violence strategy with over $200 million to prevent this tragedy from happening. The NDP voted against it. We've invested in a national housing strategy with a CARVET for women and girls. The NDP voted against it. Our record speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. So does theirs.
L'Honorable Député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Across the country, women victims of violence are being denied access to shelters because of a lack of resources and funding. The Prime Minister likes to tout his feminism, but when it comes time to take tangible action to improve things for women, he's a lot more timid. Government inaction has left women in difficult, at times, facing vulnerable situations. Will the government give the necessary resources to shelters so that they can accomplish their work? The Honourable Minister. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk about the housing strategy. The YWCA Federation is very strong and has said that this is a major change for women and children. It's a strategy that will help 500,000 families and create 5,000 shelters. We've worked very hard, and we will continue to do better. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that the Prime Minister's office is using a partisan database to look at the past donations made by judicial candidates. The Prime Minister seems to think it's necessary to ensure that new judges are good Liberals before appointing them. Well-connected friends have privileged access to the Prime Minister, unlike workers who need support. Can the Liberal government stop thinking exclusively about its own interests and those of its friends and finally work for Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has put in place significant measures to ensure that the judicial appointment process is open and transparent and accountable to Canadians. These measures also encourage or enhance diversity on the bench. Under the new process, it's effective. We have appointed almost 300 judges and with unprecedented diversity. 55% of the judges appointed are women, Mr. Speaker. We continue to ensure that we have a merit-based process and that it is transparent.
Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on August 5th, 2016, the leader of the Liberal Party received a confidential memo from Elections Canada detailing a long-term scheme from SNC-Lavalin to funnel illegal electoral donations to the Liberal Party of Canada. That list was never disclosed to the public until recently. On August 30th, 2016, SNC-Lavalin received a compliance agreement. There were many meetings with SNC-Lavalin in 2016. Can the Prime Minister let us know if that topic came up?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, these donations that the member is referring to took place between 2004 and 2009. Elections Canada operates independently of government and makes their decisions independently of any government. So the Commissioner of Canada Elections did do an investigation in this matter. 2 parties in this House were informed. Both parties have returned those donations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
One party hid the list of donations when requested most recently, and that wasn't this party, Mr. Speaker. The last time the terms SNC-Lavalin, compliance agreement, and PMO came together, we had 4 months of a drip, drip, drip of information coming out, leading to 2 resignations of ministers, 1 early retirement of the Clerk of the Privy Council, and of course, the resignation of the top advisor to the Prime Minister. Can they just put us all out of our misery and let us know whether or not the Prime Minister's office interfered in this matter with SNC-Lavalin?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, these are in reference to improper donations that 2 political parties made over a decade ago. The Commissioner for Canada Elections did do an investigation. Those donations have now been returned. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the plan that we have, and we will put it up against the no plan of the Conservatives any day, what we know that Canadians are better off today than they were under 10 years of Stephen Harper. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservatives will talk a big game. What we will do is we'll focus on Canadians, and we know that Canadians are better off today because of the Canada Child Benefit, a measure that the Conservatives want to take away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on August 5th, 2016, we asked the Liberal Party and the Liberal leader for information concerning $110 in illegal donations they received. What did the Liberals do, as they usually do? They refused to provide the information. Why does the Prime Minister always wait to get caught with his hand in the bag before providing information? Why doesn't the Liberal leader simply tell Canadians the truth? Why doesn't he answer the question whether members of his office met with the Director of Elections? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, these improper donations to two parties were made more than 10 years ago under the direction of the Prime Minister. We have raised the bar on transparency. We adopted a measure to ensure that the PBO can focus on these issues. Thanks to the important and nonpartisan work, Canadians can't be misled. Unfortunately, only the Conservatives have refused to provide an independent estimate of their expenditures. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, Canadians thought that after the sponsorship scandal, the Liberals would change. Now, what we've seen today is that Liberal culture is all alive and well and present in the organization. We're faced with a Liberal leader, a Prime Minister found guilty 4 times of having violated the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Act. The federal court is now calling for a review of the investigation on the Liberal leader's family trip to the Aga Khan's private island. Will the Prime Minister agree to reopen the file and collaborate? Yes or no? Mr. Speaker, we know that the Commissioner does work independently on this side of the House. We have respect for the Commissioner's work. The Prime Minister accepted responsibility and what the Commissioner presented in the report. When it comes to improper donations to two political parties, we know that the Commissioner for Elections Canada investigated. We know that both parties returned the donations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thornhill. Mr. Speaker, illegal, not inappropriate. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, I wrote to the RCMP Commissioner suggesting investigation of the Liberal leader's illegal vacations to the Aga Khan's island. Recent confirmation of RCMP deep involvement in the planning of the vacations, as well as lingering questions involving the Liberal leader's behavior in the SNC corruption scandal, underscore the need to assure Canadians there is only one law that must be followed by all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister cooperate in any belated criminal investigation in his illegal vacations?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, is that this matter has been thoroughly studied by the former Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Prime Minister has accepted her findings. The Prime Minister has accepted responsibility when it comes to this matter. And the member opposite should very well know that ATIPs are handled completely separate from political staff. And, Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't have to remind the Conservatives that they were the ones who were found guilty of politically interfering with the ATIP process. And it's unfortunate because they actually rehired the person that was responsible and was found guilty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberal leader considers the exposure of each of his ever-accumulating ethical lapses as learning experiences. You'll recall the Liberals wrote answers during the Ethics Commissioner's year-long investigation, pledging his cooperation. But we all saw with the Justice and the Ethics Committees just how much the Liberal leader cooperates if he doesn't like where an investigation is going. Exactly. So again, Mr. Speaker, will the Liberal leader cooperate with a criminal investigation by the RCMP or the Ontario Provincial Police?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
To officers of Parliament and the independence of the police force, we on this side, we have the utmost respect for the work that they do. We will always cooperate. It's only the Conservatives that would have to ask that question, because we know that under 10 years of Stephen Harper, they had no regard when it came to officers of Parliament, and we know that the Conservatives have chosen a new leader, but they continue the same approach of Stephen Harper. cheaper. And what's even more interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservatives will do anything but talk about their plan because they have no plan. But we know that they want to cut the tax-free Canada Child benefit, and that's why today we find out that they don't even want to cost their electoral platform because they want to mislead Canadians just like Doug Ford did.
The honourable member for...
Alors.
Order.
Order. Order. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the government this morning published its youth policy, which explains young people are aware of the impact of climate change and want immediate measures to be taken. It's high time they realized that because there were 150,000 young people in the streets of Montreal calling for change. And emergency declaration was adopted in London. 6 months ago, I invited all parties to sit down and immediately adopt emergency measures for the climate. Now they're saying we have to listen to young people. Well, will the Liberal Party sit down with all parties so that we can work together to fight climate change? It's urgent. Let's go. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Conservatives need to have a plan. First of all, we've got a plan. A price on pollution. Action to stop the use of coal. Let's talk about young people. We are the party that put in place the first youth policy, the first youth council to the Prime Minister, 35,000 jobs, millions of dollars.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwetinoong-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister fights for the billionaire class, First Nations in Canada are facing one crisis after another. Now we have word that dialysis units were ripped out of Barons River, forcing people to travel to Winnipeg with next to no support. And regardless of their federal responsibility, there's been silence from this government. When sick patients are forced to travel far away from their families, we are risking their lives. So what will it take for this government to move beyond empty words and act to restore dialysis services in Barons River now?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
The honourable member for her question, Mr. Speaker, and our government is working very hard on closing the unacceptable gap that exists right now between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities when it comes to closing to quality health care. We are in the process of closing that gap. 52 new community-led wellness centres are now serving 344 communities, 218,000 requests under Jordan's principle, and we are working with Indigenous partners towards arrangements that would continue to support Indigenous control of healthcare delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Canadians might wonder why these Liberals handed over $12 million to Loblaws, one of Canada's richest companies, to buy freezers. Well, we've now learned that two Loblaws lobbyists, both frequent Liberal Party donors, lobbied the Minister of Environment and her staff. Then they met up with those staff again at an exclusive Liberal Cash for Access event with the Prime Minister. What a coincidence. When will these Liberals stop giving preferential treatment to their wealthy and well-connected Liberal friends?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. 54 proposals were selected through a fair, transparent, rigorous process. There's absolutely no truth in what the party opposite is saying. But what Canadians want to know is why will the party opposite consent to having the parliamentary budget opposite cost their platform? We want to know how much it's going to cost or how much the cuts are going to cost Canadians.
The member for Chilliwack Hope. Order.
Mr. Speaker, only a Liberal would think it's fair to cost Canadians $12 million to give away freezers to a billion-dollar company that would have bought them themselves and call it an environment plan. Exactly. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just rich Canadian Liberals who can get access to this Prime Minister. That American CEO also found himself at a Cash for Access event with the Prime Minister where he bragged about getting access to this Liberal cabinet by illegally obtaining a $1,600 ticket. Why do these Liberals only follow the rules after they've first been found to have broken them?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
As my honourable colleague knows, that
last year we passed Bill C-50 in this House of Commons to ensure that events that are fundraising events that are hosted with either the Prime Minister, ministers, leaders of parties, or leadership candidates, that those events would be made public, the list would be disclosed. In fact, the Liberal Party began abiding by these rules even before the legislation received royal assent. However, the opposition did not do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Prime Minister, in his Fimley response to my question, remained very evasive and miserly with details. The Minister of Justice will undoubtedly respond on the matter of made-to-measure contracts offered to devoted Liberal donors. A privileged communication dated August 14th, 2017, between a lawyer and the Minister of Justice turned into a lucrative contract worth $711 an hour. Mr. Speaker, this communication absolutely exists. Can the Minister inform the House of the existence of this letter? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can have confidence in the granting of contracts and legal services. A diligent and responsible process is used. Contracts are managed by the Department of Justice, and the granting of this contract followed all rules in force at the department. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in the letter in question, dated August 14, 2017, it talks about conversations that led to a contract for services for no other reason than to plump the wallets of their Liberal buddies. It's as if the Minister of Justice didn't have on staff any lawyers who could have advised him. Mr. Speaker, the farce is over. This letter does indeed exist. It's time for the Minister to show some backbone and confirm the existence of the letter. Canadians want to know the truth. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice approves these. Several approvals are delegated to the Deputy Minister and to other senior leaders. The rules for the granting of contracts were followed in this case.
The Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, like many Northerners, Napoleon Bouvier in Lacrosse does not have access to medical care. And instead of making life easier for Northerners, the price of medical care and pharmacare is only going up for people in my riding. We can't afford to wait any longer. When will the Liberals invest in health care in Northern Saskatchewan so that every Northerner can live with dignity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Interparliamentary and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. Healthcare costs is one of the things that we have all been concerned about in this country. That's why, as a government, we have launched initiatives to look at pharmacare, to look at how we make healthcare more affordable to Canadians, whether you live in the north or in the south. But in particular, Mr. Speaker, we've paid careful attention to Northerners. That's why we've now launched the Northern Strategic Plan and the Arctic Policy, so we can hear their concerns firsthand and act on programs and services that will benefit them.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Recently, I raised the concerns of breast health experts who are shocked at guidelines that ignore breast density and recommend against self-examination and timely mammograms. The minister replied that she wasn't going to do anything because the guidelines were produced by experts. But in fact, the task force relied on outdated data and didn't have a single member with breast health expertise. Wow. If the minister claims her #1 priority is the health of Canadians, then how can she sit back and ignore health guidelines that will cause over 400 women to die every year?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, having lost my grandmother to breast cancer, this is something that I
take quite personally. And I know that the minister does put the health and safety of Canadians as a top priority. The Canadian Task Force on Preventative Health Care is an independent arm's-length panel of 15 experts to develop clinical practice guidelines. And while our government provided support to the task force, its decision was made totally independently. As such, these are not official government guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, Ontarians know that an uncosted Conservative platform means Conservative cuts. Cuts to health care, to education, and even libraries. That's why our government passed legislation to permit the Parliamentary Budget Officer to review...
Order. We need to hear the question. Of course, the chair has to know whether it's in the rules and so forth. So, members, please allow me to hear. That's why I need to hear the rest of the question to determine whether this is with the responsibility of the government. Members will have to allow me to hear the question. The honourable member. No.
Start again? No. Okay. That's why our government passed legislation to permit the Parliamentary Budget Officer to review party platforms during election campaigns. That way, parties can't mislead Canadians and hide their planned cuts from them. Can the government House Leader give this House an update on how our legislation has empowered the Parliamentary Budget Officer to give Canadians more transparency during election campaigns?
Great question. Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I agree with the member from Brampton North that Canadians deserve to know what political parties are proposing and the cost to them. And that's exactly why the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer can now cost party platforms. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's only the Conservatives that are refusing to have their platform costed. Mr. Speaker, the only reason can be is that we know that the Conservatives are following the lead of Doug Ford and want to keep Canadians in the dark. We know that Conservatives do not support the tax-free Canada benefit. We know that they don't support the increase to the GIS, and we know that they don't support home care and mental health services. These are probably programs that are on their chopping block.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, for months, First Nations, trade unions, and provinces have warned that the Liberals' No More Pipelines Bill C-69 will block resource development. But yesterday, it got even worse. These Liberals will steamroll provinces, giving themselves unprecedented power over highways, passenger trains, recycling plants, and of course, provincial resources like wind, hydro, and oil. Not since the 80s have federal Liberals pit Canadians against each other over resource development and put the whole Canadian economy at risk. Will the Liberals kill Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
No. We will not kill Bill C-69. The Bill C-69 is in the Senate. I was very pleased to testify today to talk about the importance of Bill C-69. Unfortunately, under the previous environmental assessment regime that was brought in by the Conservatives in an omnibus budget bill that gutted environmental protections, good projects can't go ahead in a timely way because they all end up in court. We know that we need to have a better system. We have better rules to develop our resources in a way that protects the environment, that does proper consultation and accommodation with Indigenous peoples, ensures that good projects go ahead. We're going to continue to move forward and work with senators.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
The reality is these Liberals will make it so that nothing is ever built again. They're not helping the environment. They're not helping Indigenous communities, and they're not helping resource development. 8 provinces and 3 territories oppose Bill C-69. Hundreds of Indigenous businesses and communities are against it. Economists, investors, big companies, family businesses, and municipalities all oppose it. And the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who have lost their jobs because of these Liberals, they're against it. So will the Liberals approve TMX on June 18th and kill Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we have put in a process to consult with Indigenous communities to move forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in the right way. We have said that once the consultation is completed, a decision will be made by June 18th. But it's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that if they're really serious about Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, they would not have voted to defund and kill the process that would actually get to a decision, and they should know about that, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
The Chinese leadership has called our Prime Minister a name that is so insulting. You, Mr. Speaker, have ruled it is unspeakable in this House. I will put partisanship aside and say I will not stand for that kind of treatment for our Prime Minister, for my Prime Minister. So in retaliation, will the government do the right thing and cancel the $250 million gift to the China-controlled Asian Infrastructure Bank?
The honourable parliamentary I think everyone enjoyed that. Order, order. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance. Order.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For over a month, it's been over a month now since we tabled our budget. The Conservatives are desperately trying not to talk about it. They won't stop talking about the Asian Infrastructure Bank. But France, Germany, Australia, Italy, and South Korea are all part of it because they want to have more inclusive prosperity around the world. All that the Conservatives are proposing, Mr. Speaker, is the same old approach of Stephen Harper, turning their backs to the UN and other multilateral organizations.
Well, member for Carleton.
Well, the Globe and Mail says the Asian Infrastructure Bank is part of, quote, China's One Belt, One Road policy of expanding its international influence through infrastructure. So pipelines, roads, and bridges built in China with Canadian tax dollars. But yesterday, it was revealed that buried in a previous omnibus budget, the amount of money available to this government to give to the bank is actually $480 million, not the $250 previously admitted. What is the maximum amount Canadian taxpayers will be forced to pay to China's Asian Infrastructure Bank?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about $250 million over 5 years. It was a year and a half ago that this was announced, and we're going to be participating just like Germany, France, the UK, Australia, and other countries, because we believe that organizations like the Asian Infrastructure Bank, like the World Bank, like the IMF, are important multilateral institutions that serve global prosperity for everyone. Thank you.
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
A 68-year-old man with an amputation wasn't allowed to bring the batteries for his scooter on an airplane, ruining his once-in-a-lifetime trip to celebrate his wedding anniversary. He went to great lengths to have the paperwork approving the batteries in advance, yet to no avail. The problem is, this won't be fixed under the proposed Accessibility Act. It exempts Canadian transportation. So will the minister stand up and tell people living with disabilities and their families what they're going to do to fix it so that this never happens again?
Minister for Accessibility.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, which in fact, unfortunately, is based in error. I can assure all Canadians that transportation is in fact a priority under the Accessible Canada Act, with given an extended mandate to CTA to ensure that accessible transportation regulations come into force immediately. In fact, I thank my honourable colleague, the Minister of Transport, for being the first to adopt Accessible Canada regulations for transportation.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Mr. Speaker, life is increasingly unaffordable for people on Vancouver Island. Just like the Conservatives before them, this Liberal government is siding with the richest corporations while people pay the price. The good times just keep rolling for corporate lobbyists. The Liberals maintain the Conservatives' billion-dollar subsidies to oil companies. They cater to SNC-Lavalin and threw money at Loblaws. Mr. Speaker, people deserve a government that's on their side. So my question is this: when exactly are the Liberals going to grow a backbone and stop bending to the will of large and powerful corporations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to remind the member that if he paid close attention to Statistics Canada's release lately, he would have seen that we reduced in the short 3.5 years we've been in power, we've reduced poverty by 20% in Canada. Wow. And if we talk about child poverty, it's 40%, Mr. Speaker, through investments like the Canada Child Benefit, like investments in housing, like investments in seniors, Mr. Speaker, and vulnerable seniors, all measures both parties on the other side voted against. Thank you.
Wow. Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, China has blocked Canadian canola for reasons that are both false and baseless. But the Prime Minister is yet to launch a trade complaint. China has also unlawfully detained 2 Canadians, and Canada has no ambassador to help in the negotiations. Will the Prime Minister stop letting Canada get pushed around, appoint an ambassador to China, and launch a formal trade complaint to resolve the canola crisis?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, first of all, I'd like to say, most importantly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is in close contact with the families of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. This is not about grandstanding or scoring points. It's about working persistently, carefully, and resolutely to bring them home safely. We've rallied an unprecedented number of countries around the world in support of Canada's support. For instance, Australia, the EU, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Spain, Denmark, the United States, and 140 international scholars and
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we learned that China is now refusing shipments of pork from a plant in Red Deer, a plant that employs more than 1,600 people. The same company has another plant in Canada which has also had its export permit for pork suspended. Canadians can no longer afford to pay the high price of this total liberal incompetence and bungling on the world stage. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up for Canadian farmers and their families by putting an end to these politically motivated trade actions?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were informed that Chinese authorities had suspended export permits for 2 Canadian pork exporters. We were clearly informed that this had to do with administrative considerations, which does happen relatively regularly in various sectors in various countries. The CFIA is monitoring the situation, and we hope that it will be resolved quickly.
The member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizens are being mistreated in Chinese prisons. Our canola farmers have already lost $1 billion. Now pork producers are being targeted by China. Over the last 4 months, despite our requests, the Liberal government has refused to make senior-level calls. They've ignored calls to send a special envoy. They've delayed announcing or nominating a new ambassador. And today they've said they won't bring a trade action. Mr. Speaker, China thinks our Prime Minister is weak, and he's proving them right. When will they appoint an ambassador?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade Diversification.
I'm very glad to remind members opposite of what the Premier of Saskatchewan had to say yesterday about the plan we announced to support canola producers. He said the federal government has shown that they do support Western Canadian agriculture. He said we're going to support the federal government in these decisions from this day on, as we have always indicated we will. The Canola Association supports us. The Premier of Saskatchewan supports us. Growers supports us. The industry supports us. It's only those conservatives who don't support us.
Order. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie. Order.
Speaker, the Harper Conservative government made no attempts to address the impact that greenhouse gas emissions from transportation can have on the environment. There is no question that climate change is real and that we must act now. Could the Minister of Transport please update my constituents from Sault Ste. Marie on the progress made to make environmentally friendly transportation options more affordable?
Well, Minister of Transport.
The member from Sault Ste. Marie for his excellent question and for his tireless work in combating climate change. We know as Liberals that Canadians want to do their share in fighting to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why we announced for the first time as of yesterday an incentive, a federal incentive for those willing to invest in a zero-emission vehicle. Unlike the Harper Ford Conservatives who want to make pollution free again, we in the Liberal Party, we believe that it's important to take care of the environment for our children and for future generations.
member for Durham will come to order. The honourable member for Durham, wonderful voice, of course, but I prefer to hear it when it's his turn. The
honourable member for Charles-Bourreau-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Immigration thinks that his government has a good record on immigration, he's mistaken. They failed to sort out the Safe Third Country Agreement. They sacrificed Canadian sovereignty by signing the Global Compact for Migration. They failed to fix the temporary foreign worker program, and they haven't compensated provinces for the cost of those mistakes. And I could go on. Does the minister still think that we're un-Canadian, or is he open to having a civilized conversation on the subject with us? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in the end, the Conservatives saw that it's important to consult Canadians, but they didn't listen when it came to immigration in Canada. They think that immigration is a negative force. But on this side of the House, we know that immigration is a force for good and for economic growth in this country. If you look at our Global Innovation Skills Fund, that helped create 150,000 jobs in this country. We know that immigration is important for the economy and for communities. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Order. Mr. Speaker, the government still has no plan to deal with labour shortages in rural areas, despite the devastating consequences on local businesses. Everyone agrees that immigration is one of the solutions. Complications and delays in processing these cases are unacceptable. The Quebec government, meanwhile, has opened regional offices. 2 years ago, I called on the Minister of Immigration to follow suit and to open an office in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Why does the minister treat rural residents like second-class citizens when it comes to offering them services? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we know that immigration is an important aspect when it comes to growing the economy across Canada. That's the case in Quebec as well. We know that customer service is an important aspect of this, and that we need agents across the country to help with that. We are working tirelessly with the province of Quebec to help solve the problem of labour shortages in that province and elsewhere. Immigration is important for economic growth in Quebec and for all of Canada, and our government will continue to work toward that end.
Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Speaker, as we have seen recently in communities across the country, the effects of climate change are real, and they're devastating to our communities. Canadians want to know that we take these threats seriously and we're making the investments necessary to prepare for and to mitigate the effects of the next time disaster strikes. Could the Prime Minister or the Minister of Infrastructure of Communities please update this House on the investment that the government is making to tackle climate change, particularly in British Columbia?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
I want to thank my colleague for his very interesting question, obviously. We have seen the effects of flooding in my own riding, and Canadians have seen that across Canada. There's nothing to laugh about when people are flooding in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is real, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we launched the Disaster Mitigation Fund, a $2 billion fund across Canada to help communities to prevent and adapt against flooding. That's why last week I was in the Fraser River Valley near Chilliwack and the Shishwa village to announce a $45 million investment to protect communities and family. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to invest in Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Canadians support immigration when it is fair, orderly, and compassionate. However, right now, there are serious examples of unfairness and injustice in Canada's immigration system. Anytime anyone asks the Liberals to address these injustices, they are met with thinly veiled accusations of racism or lies. This is wrong. This cheapens the debate on how to fairly manage immigration and harms racialized communities. Will the Prime Minister finally address his failures to manage Canada's immigration system, or will he continue down this tired, destructive path?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, after 3.5 years, the Conservatives finally saw the merit in consulting with Canadians. Sadly, they didn't listen. They're twisting themselves into a pretzel to hide their secret plan to stifle economic growth by cutting immigration in this country. If you look solely at our global skills strategy, it has helped create 150,000 jobs across this country. When you take our economic growth plan into consideration, where 900,000 jobs have been created across this country, you see immigration is a key ingredient. We agree with that. Business agrees with that. Communities agree with that. The only people who don't are...
Hello.
Order.
The
Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, there are families in Quebec who have been fighting 24/7 to save their houses. There are families who have already lost everything, and there are families who have been evacuated and who are wondering if they'll still have a home at the end of all this. Meanwhile, the Minister of Public Safety doesn't know if he'll directly compensate flood victims or not. Will the minister commit to compensating homeowners who may be forced to move out of flood zones?
Minister of Public Safety.
In terms of the programming that exists and has existed for many years called the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, the compensation measures to cover losses as a result of flooding are first and foremost designed by the provinces. The provinces then submit claims for cost sharing under the terms of the program, and as the claims get larger, the federal share gets higher. It starts out at 20%. It could rise to 95%. The cost-sharing formula already exists.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I want to thank the Minister for his answer. But, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Quebec gave $1 million so far to the Red Cross to provide direct support for flood victims, providing them with first necessities. And they didn't drag their feet on it. We're asking the federal government to do the same thing today, to help people directly and immediately on the ground. If Ottawa can find $12 million for Loblaws, it should be able to find $1 million somewhere. So can the minister commit to matching the Quebec government's donation to the Red Cross?
Safety. The Red Cross performs a very vital function in responding to national disasters. It is a very valuable partner with all levels of government in dealing with the real human needs that come out of these circumstances. The Government of Canada is in close discussion right now with the Canadian Red Cross about the benefits that can apply not just in one province but in several provinces in the current disaster, and we will have something further to say on that within the next couple of days.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, we can't play petty politics when it comes to flood victims. We've seen the generosity of the public all across the country and Quebec. There was a lot of money given for various natural disasters, and we need money now. There's no time to lose. Will the Minister of Public Safety take immediate action to match the $1 million donation by the Quebec government to the Red Cross?
Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I think I answered that question very directly in the previous answer. This issue is under active discussion now with the Canadian Red Cross. From the national perspective, we obviously want to deal with the circumstances in Quebec appropriately, but we also have Ontario to consider and New Brunswick. There's also flooding in Manitoba. We want to make sure that we've covered all of the bases to treat Canadians everywhere with generosity and compassion, and we will.
And now I believe the official opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the agenda and future work of this House, can the Leader of the government in the House tell us what the work will be that is expected for the rest of this week and next week? The Honourable Government Leader. Order, please. The Honourable Government Leader in the House.
This afternoon, we will resume debate at third reading of Bill C-82, Multilateral Instrument in Respect to the Tax Conventions Act. Tomorrow, we will resume debate at second reading on Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and family.
Next Monday, we will continue debate at second reading on Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. And I'd like to have more to say tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-82, Multilateral Instrument in Respect to Tax Conventions Act.
Debate. Just one moment, sorry, one moment, please. The honourable member, debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak in the House this afternoon on an important piece of legislation, Bill C-82, which is a further step in our government's agenda and plan to build an economy that is fair and where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. A fair tax system forms the foundation for a stronger middle class, and a growing economy instills confidence in Canadians and helps create opportunities for everyone. It's important not only as a matter of fairness, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, but as a means of safeguarding the government's ability to invest in programs and services that help Canada's middle class, including my residents of Vaughan Woodbridge, and yes, Madam Speaker, Canadians working hard to join the middle class. I know in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, Madam Speaker, residents work hard and pay their taxes diligently.
I want to remind member that the House is in progress, so I would just ask if you're having conversations to please go out to the lobby. The honourable member can continue his speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's important not only as a matter of fairness, Madam Speaker, but as a means of safeguarding the government's ability to invest in the programs and services that helps Canada's middle class, including my residents of Vaughan Woodbridge, and yes, Madam Speaker, Canadians working hard to join the middle class. I know in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, which I'm privileged to represent, residents work hard and pay their taxes diligently. They want insurance on our tax system and the fairness that everyone is paying their fair share. As a government, since being elected, we have invested over $1 billion in the Canada Revenue Agency to ensure that a system that works for all Canadians and that our country can have the confidence in this department. Madam Speaker, as we all know, tax season has now come to an end. Millions of Canadians have filed their returns, and they can be assured that our government is putting the resources necessary for a timely, efficient, fair service for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, tax fairness is something that is important to myself and our government. Madam Speaker, along with C-82, our government in Budget 2019
which followed a wide-ranging review of federal tax expenditures introduced in Budget 2016, has brought forward a number of changes to make our tax system fair and efficient, transparent, I would add, to ensure that tax expenditures do not unfairly benefit the wealthiest Canadians rather than the middle class, and again, Madam Speaker, those people working hard to join it. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to announce that our government's actions are expected to recoup over $4 billion annually per year in revenues, which have been reinvested in the Canada Child Benefit, seniors, and those Canadians who need it the most. Madam Speaker, in my riding, the Canada Child Benefit delivers benefits to over 16,000 kids monthly, nearly $5 million, and over 9,000 families. Madam Speaker, we know that in late February, Statistics Canada, in their annual income survey, noted that we have lifted 825,000 Canadians from coast to coast to coast out of poverty, a near 20% reduction in poverty rates across Canada. We also know at the same time over the last 3 years, Madam Speaker, that we have created over 900,000 new jobs, majority full-time in Canada, and that is attributed to the hardworking entrepreneurial spirit that entrepreneurs have in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and across Canada, and we've helped lay the foundations for that strong period of growth, and which continues today. In addition, Madam Speaker, in Budget 2019, we will limit the usage of the stock option deduction, a measure that benefited only 2,330 individuals, which claimed approximately $1.3 billion of employee stock option deductions. And we will limit the use of the employee stock option deduction and ensure that it is only used to new startups and young firms. Madam Speaker, before I entered, I left the private sector for the public to run as a Liberal member of Parliament. I was elected. One of the things I advocated for was an adjustment to the employee stock option deduction that was put in use. It had been put in use for many years. I argued that it was unfair, that it was something that wasn't necessary for our economy to grow, that didn't benefit middle-class Canadians, and I'm happy that our government came through and put this measure in the current Budget Implementation Act, and it was in the budget. In addition, Madam Speaker, for reminder purposes, the first thing our government did when elected was cut taxes for middle-class Canadians, 9 million middle-class Canadians, and yes, Madam Speaker, we asked the 1% to pay a little bit more. The second thing we did was cut taxes on small businesses with the lowering of the small business tax rate to 9%, a $7,500 tax saving annually for small businesses. In my riding, there are over 4,000 small businesses that this year potentially can reduce their taxes by approximately $7,500, which they can use to reinvest in their human resources, which they can use to reinvest in their capital equipment, which they can use to reinvest in greater dividends for themselves to put for personal use. Madam Speaker, we have introduced policies, including in C-82, that ensure that our economy is strong, that our tax system is fair, efficient, and transparent, and that all Canadians are paying their fair share, and all wealthy Canadians are paying their fair share. These measures by our government will help strengthen confidence in Canada and encourage investment. They will help support Canadian businesses as they grow, expand into new markets, and create more good, well-paying jobs with great benefits. Madam Speaker, ensuring taxpayer fairness is a complex process requiring ongoing engagement with a wide range of partners, both at home and around the world. I would like to add, Madam Speaker, for a number of years I sat on the Accounting Standards Boards, the User Advisory Council body here in Canada, and I can rest assured that I'm quite aware of the intricacies and also the difficulties of ensuring a fair and transparent accounting system, a fair and transparent and efficient tax system, coming up with norms and regulations that are uniform internationally, which we've done, and that are contained in Bill C-82, ensuring that corporations do not shift profits from a jurisdiction of high tax rate to a jurisdiction of low tax rate, or in some instances, shifting profits from a jurisdiction where there are tax rates to a jurisdictions where there actually exists no tax rates and having a zero taxes payable. We want to avoid that situation, because we know residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and across Canada depend on the programs and services that we as a government deliver, and we need to ensure that those government programs are funded equitably by Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, the bill being considered today is another step forward in this process. It proposes to implement a multilateral instrument, or MLI, in respect of conventions for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion, with respect to taxes on income. And we refer to fiscal evasion, Madam Speaker. It's exactly what I was mentioning earlier. Profit shifting from one jurisdiction to another to lower your tax bill and to avoid paying taxes. In other words, with this legislation, C-82, our government will not only be making Canada's tax system a fairer one, it will also be helping to escalate the fight against aggressive international tax avoidance. What C-82 proposes is to allow Canada to implement treaty-related measures to counter a practice known as base erosion and profit shifting, or BEPS. As this chamber has already heard, BEPS relates to strategies in which wealthy individuals can use loopholes to shift profits to low tax or no tax locations to avoid paying taxes. Madam Speaker, the multilateral instrument that this bill seeks to enact is a product of a worldwide initiative involving over 100 jurisdictions, including Canada, again demonstrating Canadian leadership on the world stage to get done what is needed and what is right. And it is the first multilateral convention to modify the application of bilateral tax treaties. It allows signatory nations to implement measures developed from the OECD and the G20's project to counter the practice of base erosion and profit shifting, and to do so in a timely manner. Madam Speaker, we're not talking about forward many years, we're talking about near term. Just as importantly, the MLI will also allow signatories to work more effectively together in the fight against aggressive international tax avoidance. In addition, the MLI contains provisions to improve dispute resolution under Canada's tax treaties, and while some of the provisions of the MLI are required, some others are optional. The mandatory provisions meet the minimum standards established by the OECD, as agreed to by all the signatory jurisdictions, and each signatory is free to choose among the provisions that are optional. Madam Speaker, our government proposes to adopt a number of the optional provisions of the MLI upon ratification, in addition to the mandatory ones. There are 3 provisions in particular which I like to reference that will prevent or reduce opportunities for inappropriate tax avoidance. Again, Madam Speaker, the shifting of profits from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, looking at transfer pricing, looking at a number of measures that wealthy individuals or some corporations would utilize to reduce their tax bill, move to a foreign jurisdiction, shift the resources there, and not pay taxes where the revenues are generated. Firstly, a 365-day holding period for shares of Canadian companies held by non-resident companies will ensure that the lower treaty-based rate of withholding tax on dividends will not be available in the case of short-term share acquisitions. Secondly, a 365-day test period for non-residents who realize capital gains from the disposition of shares or other interests that are derived, that derive their value principally from Canadian immovable property. This will aim to prevent non-residents from obtaining a treaty-based exemption from Canadian taxes on capital gains in inappropriate circumstances, and a provision for resolving dual resident entity cases to prevent potential double taxation that will also help to protect against a company's ability to manipulate their tax residents to avoid or reduce their taxes. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Canada would retain the option to adopt additional provisions of the multilateral instrument after ratification. By implementing the optional provisions I mentioned, together with the required minimum international standards, Canada's ability to protect its tax base will be enhanced and will support the international effort to tackle base erosion and profit shifting. Overall, the multilateral instrument is an international approach that makes it possible to implement necessary changes in a timely and, yes, efficient manner. Madam Speaker, it is an important tool in combating aggressive international tax avoidance, and it will benefit both Canada and our international tax partners. Again, Madam Speaker, there are approximately 100 countries that have signed on to BEPS, and I'm glad to see Canadian leadership on that front, and that's what we've demonstrated as a government time and time over again in the last 3.5 years when we came into power and we were elected and given the privilege to serve this great country and the 37 million residents that inhabit it. Madam Speaker, the multilateral instrument that this bill proposes to put in place with its provisions designed to address aggressive tax avoidance represents another step in our government's efforts to ensure tax fairness for Canadians. Again, lowering taxes for middle-class Canadians, 9 million of them, an approximate $20 billion tax cut, asking the wealthiest 1% to pay a little bit more, and we know that the recent Parliamentary Budget Office Officer report looked at that tax cut and actually put a stamp of approval on it, saying what we attempted to do in terms of lowering taxes for middle-class Canadians, ensuring that the 1% paying a little bit more actually worked, was a net benefit to our economy. We made a promise, Madam Speaker, to middle-class Canadians that we would lower their taxes and make sure everyone pays their fair share. And while we've introduced a middle-class tax cut and reduced the small business tax rate, Canadians need to have confidence that the system will at the same time help grow the economy and ensure that the benefits of growth can be felt by everyone. Madam Speaker, for many years, economic growth could not be defined as inclusive. For the last 3.5 years, we've seen what inclusivity of economic growth means. It means lifting 825,000 Canadians out of poverty. It means creating 900,000 new jobs, a majority full-time, a majority private sector. It means the lowest unemployment rate in approximately over 40 years. It means wage growth, which we haven't seen in Canada for many years, real wage growth. It means that Canadians are optimistic about their future. Yes, we do face challenges in certain sectors, and our government is there to address those challenges and work in partnership with those sectors and those industries. But, Madam Speaker, that is the good work we were elected to do, and that is the good work we'll continue to do. And while we've introduced a middle-class tax cut and reduced the small business tax rate, Canadians need to have confidence in that the system will at the same time help grow the economy and ensure that the benefits of growth can be felt by everyone. I encourage all honourable members to support the proposed legislation in C-82 that will implement such an important tool for tax fairness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to thank the member for his intervention on the subject. As he knows, I support this legislation as well. It's one of the few Liberal initiatives that actually makes some sense. I've called it in this House before the tax treaty for tax treaties, because it's really what it is. The member talked about so many other things that had actually very little to do with the contents here, so I'm just going to ask him on that point. You know, when originally they promised that this so-called increase on the top 1% would pay for itself. That's actually the wording that they used, pay for itself. That's not what the parliamentary budget officer found. He found that the top income earners in Canada are paying a higher share of total income being collected, which is not the point. Actually, will the member agree with me that the effect of the tax changes that the Liberal government introduced gave a bigger tax cut to every single member of the House of Commons here than it did for those earning $45,000 or less?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend from Calgary-Shepherd, who I have the privilege of sitting on the Finance Committee with. What I will say is when you look at our overall tax system and the way it works, and if you look at the elasticity of tax in terms of the way the Parliamentary Budget Officer wrote in his report, or in their report, excuse me, our tax cut worked. We allowed 9 million middle-class Canadians to receive a tax cut. They used that income to invest and save. We also adjusted the top tax rate. Yes, there was some front-loading in the first year, which many had anticipated, but what we are seeing is that upper income earners are still responding with their labor supply, are still responding. We're still seeing growth in the economy. We're still seeing growth, I would say, in incomes for sure. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report was, in my view, an endorsement, and I would use the word endorsement, but also a validation of our policies of, again, reducing taxes for middle-class Canadians and asking the 1% to pay a little extra. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. In my riding of North Island, Powell River, there's some serious concerns right now around the fisheries. And, you know, for many, many years, we have seen successive governments not support restoration, not look at supporting local community hatcheries. And that has put a lot of the community members that I represent in great financial difficulty. So when we look at this legislation, we have to recognize in this House that the gap between the most rich of Canadians is growing between the most low income. In fact, the top 100 richest Canadians now hold as much wealth as the bottom 10 million combined in this country. So in the last two elections, I would like to ask the member through you, Madam Speaker, the Liberals promised to cap how much can be claimed through the stock option deduction, but they backed down on that promise after they took power more than one time. Why did the government decide to do this, and why not keep that promise?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, the honourable member from North Island, Powell River. I will say, and I do wish to put this on the record, that I grew up in northern British Columbia, exactly, Prince Rupert, British Columbia. My mother and the 5 sisters all worked at a cannery, and that is the way we that was the income. Excuse me. I actually worked at a cannery. Unfortunately, many of those canneries no longer exist. The industry has changed quite a bit. I do note in budget 2019, I believe we put in approximately $100 million or thereabouts in funds into salmon restoration and salmon industry. And I'd love to follow up with the member on the exact details. I will say our government in budget 2019 did align the stock option rules with the United States very clearly. We will still allow the stock option deduction for small firms, for new technology firms, because we need those innovators in Canada. Many firms that do come into existence do not generate cash flow right away. That is the form of payment in terms of salary or compensation to their employees. But for existing firms, for mature firms, we have eliminated that up to $200,000, the technical detail, and we have eliminated that tax deduction. And that is real progress, and that is real change, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge. And I was also pleased to hear some endorsement from the other side on some of the aspects of our budget comments. And I think it's important for people to know that there is informed consultation that goes on in the decisions that we make with regard to the finances of the country. And certainly the great experience that my friend from Vaughan Woodbridge has had in that field speaks to the integrity of our process. So I'd like to ask him through you, if I may, Madam Speaker, how much intense consultation went through the issues that we brought forward? Because I know there were some controversial ones early on that were changed somewhat by the inputs that we had from people like the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. So could you tell us, Madam Speaker, could the member tell us about the consultation process?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my very good friend from Hamilton East, the honourable member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek. I grew up in a very humble middle-class background growing up in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, but I have the privilege and through a lot of work to work on both Bay Street and Wall Street for over 20 years. And what I can say is our government does listen, it does consult when it puts forward changes in how businesses operate, in our tax system. That's been a fundamental principle of our government since we entered office. And with that, if you look at Bill C-82, the multilateral instrument, it was through a vast consultation with our international partners and bringing these measures forward, this legislation forward. It ensures that shifting of profits or from one jurisdiction to another does not occur. It lessens that opportunity. It ensures that Canadians continue to have the confidence in our tax system to fund the programs and services that they utilize and they need on a daily basis, to fund programs and taking steps forward for a National Farmer Care Program and taking steps forward, which we've done for the Canada Child Benefit, indexing it 2 years ahead of time, to bringing in measures such as a $1.7 billion tax cut for seniors and the guaranteed income supplement, guaranteed income exemption, so GIS exemption amount. Madam Speaker, many measures that we've been brought forward have been able to do with our government's policies and consulting with Canadians, similar to what we've done here for C-82. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a very quick question in regards to a question that was raised just momentarily or a few minutes ago, and that was in regards to the issue of income inequality. And one of the things that I like to think that we've done very successfully in government is by addressing that issue. We actually had that tax increase on Canada's 1% wealthiest, at the same time decreasing the tax on Canada's middle class. And we also then put in the boost of income for the Canada Child Benefit and and in fact the things such as the guaranteed income supplement. And if my colleague and Frank could just provide his thoughts in regards to how that actually assists in ensuring that there's more equality.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from Manitoba. What I will say is that if we look at all the policies that we've implemented and say where Canadian families are today, we know that an average family of 4 is now $2,000 better off today than they were 3.5 years ago. We know that's been done through a middle-class tax cut, which was funded by increasing taxes on the 1% of Canadians. We know those are policies that are progressive policies. We know that all Canadians need to pay their fair share of taxes, but we know those Canadians in the middle class, yes, they deserve a break. We understand their affordability issues. We've addressed some of those affordability issues in the budget with regards to youth and students, with regards to seniors, and with regards to housing affordability. But we've also asked a very fundamental question. The 1%, we've asked them to pay a little more. We've asked the 1% to say, you know what, we need to have a betterment of society. We can't not allow our society to further go on down the path of income inequality. We've stopped that. We've improved that. And, Madam Speaker, we've seen the results. Again, over 825,000 Canadians in every riding across this country, 338 of them have been lifted out of poverty. If you look at that as a great success, we should all be proud. It's a 20% reduction in our poverty rate. Those are measures behind it which have reduced inequality in this country, which are giving more and more Canadians hope. And we as a government need to be proud of that record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. God is an honest payer, but a very slow one, as the Yiddish proverb goes. It says that for all the good things that you do during your life, the treasures await you in heaven, which is a very common thing that many Christians believe. And this morning was the National Prayer Breakfast, so I thought I would begin with a Yiddish proverb that many know, but it also applies to taxes, because what we expect from Canadians and from Canadian corporations and those doing business in Canada is to pay honestly their taxes and not to engage in aggressive tax planning and tax avoidance schemes, which this bill proposes to make more difficult by implementing a multilateral tax treaty. In this House, I've called it before the tax treaty for tax treaties. And for those who are listening in, for those who are in the galleries, maybe you're wondering what is BEPS, because many members have mentioned it, base erosion of profit sharing. I'm going to have a definition for you, and I'm hoping that everybody will be able to follow along. So the definition from the OECD, and it's an example, so it's easy perhaps to figure it out, is this. Company A, which resides in the Cayman Islands, wants to provide a license for the use of intellectual property to Company C in South Africa. South Africa, however, has not concluded a tax treaty with the Cayman Islands and would thus be entitled to apply its domestic withholding tax rate on outbound royalties. Hopefully everybody's still getting what I'm getting at here. However, a European country has concluded a tax treaty with South Africa that reduces its withholding tax rates on royalties. This country does not itself levy a source tax on royalties. Therefore, Company A establishes a letterbox company in this European country and diverts the royalty payments through the letterbox company to reduce the tax withheld by South Africa. In this example, the principal purpose of establishing this arrangement, including the letterbox company, was to obtain the lower withholding tax rate available under the tax treaty between the South Africa and the European country. This is what we call base erosion and profit shifting. It's something that very large corporations routinely engage in. They have been accused of in the past. It's sometimes called the green jacket. I've heard it called the Scotch malt, depending on the jurisdiction that it comes from. And typically, it heavily impacts high tax rate countries such as Canada, the United States, and others, while low tax rate countries are impacted as well because they lose a lot of their ability to raise taxes on behalf of their citizens because they're not able to track the money as it moves around. They're not honest payers in those situations, and neither will they be slow ones in the future. And unlike the Yiddish proverb, which I mentioned, we want to ensure that large corporations, large multinationals, and individuals also doing business in other countries are paying their taxes honestly, and then they're not slow to do so. They pay them on time when they are expected. This tax treaty, like I mentioned, is a tax treaty for tax treaties, although I do support the piece of legislation because we want to ensure that our tax system is both fair and efficient and that we're able to collect the taxes that are owed to the government. And we know how much the Canadian Revenue Agency has had difficulty collecting that information. Now it will be hopefully looking at what the tax gap is. I want to draw the attention of the House to Article 28 and Article 29 of this tax bill, because this is the only part of the legislation that committee I actually had concerns with. In this particular tax treaty, it will not return to Parliament once again to determine whether we continue with certain reservations or not. Actually, what this tax treaty is proposing to do is to take Parliament out of consideration after it is passed by this House and then by that other place as well. So what will happen in those situations is that many reservations that the Canadian government has indicated to our multilateral partners, if in the future the Cabinet were to decide that we wish to participate in them, that particular matter will not return to the House. It will not be taken up for consideration once again. I think that was a matter brought up by Patrick Marley at the committee on Articles 10, 12, and 13. And he mentioned that because of that, he had some concerns that perhaps Parliament was going to be losing its ability to impact the tax treaty choices and specific implementation provisions in the future, perhaps when some members of this House are no longer here, when I am no longer here, and the contents of the treaty will not be well known. That is literally the only part of the treaty that I actually have concerns with. Outside of that, I think the generalities of it are MLIs, ensuring that our multilateral partners are harmonizing the rules with us and that we have the same rules applied all across many different countries will ensure that we're able to collect the taxes that are owed to the Canadian Treasury. We'll also be able to ensure that tax avoidance and aggressive tax planning is reduced to an absolute minimum. And there are many examples of these types of companies that engage in it. Some of the largest ones that all of our smartphones in our pockets, the producers of those typically have trademark subsidiaries, they have copyright subsidiaries that simply trade in the trademark. There's no actual business being made in the different jurisdictions. They're simply charging a royalty for the use of, say, Starbucks is a great example, and I've used it before, and I'm still waiting for their lobbyists to call me and complain that I used them as an example. But Starbucks engages in this as well by using their royalty on their logo and on their name, putting it in a different jurisdiction, and having their Canadian and American and other subsidiaries, holding companies sometimes, pay a royalty out to this other place that doesn't charge any taxes on the royalty. So that's the type of base erosion that we're trying to avoid and trying to do away with. And before I continue, Madam Speaker, I just want to mention to you too, today is a special day. It is May 2nd. So as I do most May 2nds, I'm going to wish a very happy birthday to my father-in-law and to my wife, who are both born on the same day. And if I didn't do that, I will not be wanting to go home tonight. I could not guarantee I could return the next week. So I'll make sure I'll say that, and a very happy birthday to the both of them. May 2nd is also a special day for those of Polish heritage, like myself, because it is Constitution Day, when the original Polish Constitution was created. It is the founding document of many European constitutions, including the American Constitution afterwards, setting out guaranteed rights in it. And the principle of no taxation without representation comes partially from that original document, which again is found in documents like C-82 with the Tax Treaty of Tax Treaties. That same principle applies here as well. We're trying to ensure that the taxes owed to the people of Canada are paid by those corporations, by those individuals who owe it. And I simply don't see a reason why we should not be enforcing as many of the provisions as we possibly can. Many of our OECD partners and G20 partners will be participating in it. I will mention that the United States of America will not be participating in this multinational convention. However, we have many tax treaties with our neighbors to the south, and we'll be able to ensure that they meet their obligations towards us, and we meet our obligations towards them, and ensure that taxes owed in both jurisdictions are indeed paid. We know that the partial goal of the government in this document and in budget bills as well is to collect the difference between what is owed and what is actually collected. And this type of document, and we heard at committee many officials say that their hope is that they'll be able to close that tax gap and collect on the taxes that they have not been able to do so. Sometimes that is estimated to be roughly about $23 billion in profits that should have been declared in tax in Canada were actually shifted to lower tax jurisdiction. That's a large sum of money. It wouldn't be the full $23 billion. It will be a fraction of that amount. But again, it's all part of, I think, the government's attempts to find and scrounge every single last dollar to pay down the deficit. And, kudos to them. They're about $20.3 billion off their target that they set for themselves in 2015, and they're going to be off of their target well into 2040. I had a digital town hall yesterday that I did, and I had several constituents ask me whether the Canadian government was ever intending to reduce the deficit to zero and start paying down the national debt. And I had to tell them, unfortunately, no, that is not the case. There is no such intention in any government document at this point. They simply track how big the deficit will be and the national debt will be. For the first time this year, the government of Canada is owing over $700 billion on behalf of taxpayers, and if you include Crown Corporation debt, it goes to over $1 trillion. Even after the next few terms, what we're expecting to see is another about $250 to $300 billion added to the national debt. Again, and that number would be excluding Crown corporations. So initiatives like this to try and seek justice on behalf of Canadians, to collect those taxes that are owed in other jurisdictions, and is an important part of closing the tax gap, Madam Speaker. So I will be supporting this piece of legislation like I did at earlier stages, like I did at committee. And my only concern, and I'm hoping to add it to the record so that future parliamentarians will be able to look at it, is provisions in Article 28 and Article 29 that, again, shift the responsibility from Parliament to Cabinet to decide which reservations can we do away with. And those will be done by order in council. That is my understanding from officials at committee, that a simple order of cabinet will be able to do so. I think it's a defect in the bill, but it's not a sufficient defect to vote against it. And again, I invite all members to vote in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chagger, move that Bill C-82, an act to implement a multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, be now read a third time and do pass.
Yes. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui.
Yes?
Yes. It's carried. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley has a point of order.
Is it too late to give a small speech? Is it too late? Yes?
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if we might be able to canvass the House to see if, in fact, we could have unanimous consent to call it 5:30 at this time, so we could begin private members' hour.
Yeah. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the House at 5:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Oh. Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Resuming debate. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on motion 174.
Mr. Angus.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak in support of the motion by my colleague, the member for Timmins, James Bay. M174 calls for the government to establish a national suicide prevention action plan with concrete steps and timelines. The government can and should take a leadership role in working to reduce the number of Canadians lost to suicide each year. Suicide has impacted my family personally. My niece, Mickey Everett, died on November 21st, 1994. She was 15 years old. Her family still isn't clear whether her death was accidental or deliberate, but the impact her death had on all of us continues today. Her mother, Heidi, was never able to return to work. You never stop wondering why or what you could have done to prevent it. Mickey was a joy to be around. We took her on family vacations, and our kids adored her. We shared the same birthday, and my daughter Kelly honored Mickey by giving my granddaughter Lolita middle names of Michelle and Dawn in Mickey's memory, and we still miss her today. Her death was almost 25 years ago. Has anything really improved around suicide prevention since then? One area I believe we're starting to see some improvement in is reducing the stigma associated with mental illness. This is a positive step in ensuring that people feel more comfortable seeking the help they need. I'd like to read an excerpt from a column written by Anglican Reverend Amy Wunstert from Cranbrook. He shared how he came out on the other side of depression and offered advice for those who find themselves struggling, using words of wisdom from a source you may recognize. Piglet from Winnie the Pooh. Piglet, said Pooh. Yes, Pooh, said Piglet. Do you ever have days when everything feels not very okay at all? And sometimes you don't even know why you feel not very okay at all. You just know that you do. Piglet nodded his head sagely. Oh yes, said Piglet, I definitely have those days. Really, said Pooh in surprise, I would never have thought that. You always seem so happy and like you have got everything in life all sorted out. Ah, said Piglet, well, here's the thing. There are two things that you need to know, Pooh. The first thing is that even those pigs, bears, and people who seem to have got everything in life all sorted out, they probably haven't. Actually, everyone has days when they feel not very okay at all, and some people are just better at hiding it than others. And the second thing you need to know is that it's okay to feel not very okay at all. It can be quite normal, in fact. All you need to do on those days when you feel not very okay at all is come and find me and tell me. Don't ever feel like you have to hide the fact you're feeling not very okay at all. Always come and tell me, because I will always be there. A piece of advice shared both by Piglet and Reverend Amy is knowing that you can reach out for help during times of crisis. We need to ensure people can both ask for and receive the help they need when struggling with thoughts of depression. Clinical depression is more than just a bad day. Depression can be persistent and can interfere with every aspect of life: relationships with family and friends, participation in hobbies, performance at school and work, and physical health. Left untreated, depression can worsen, leading to substance abuse, obesity, self-harm, or suicide. Despite recent efforts to reduce the stigma of mental illness, there remains much work to be done. Many people still suffer in silence, and 3/4 of those who die by suicide have no contact with mental health services in the year before their deaths. This statistic shows we need to do a better job of identifying individuals and groups at elevated risk and conducting proactive education and outreach activities to help prevent tragic losses of friends, family members, co-workers, neighbors, classmates, and children. M174 proposes measures that would improve our understanding of suicide and, in turn, our prevention efforts. These are steps we need to take because too many lives are being lost every day. According to British Columbia's Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, more than 500 people are lost to suicide every year in the province. Nationally, the most recent statistics available indicate approximately 4,000 Canadians die by suicide each year. That is about 11 people every day lost, and the circle of grief, of course, expands well beyond that. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for young people between the ages of 15 and 24. With each person lost, lives are broken, and we lose so much potential in our communities. Suicide is especially prevalent among men in rural areas. We need to understand the factors at play in at-risk populations to respond appropriately. Adopting M174 would begin the work of filling in knowledge gaps and establishing best practices. We also need to ensure that those who take the brave step of seeking help are taken seriously and have access to mental health services they need in a timely manner. One of my staff members in Ottawa lost her cousin Christopher to suicide last fall on World Mental Health Day. In the month before he died, he attended the local emergency room 3 times with suicidal thoughts. Each time he was sent home and not connected with mental health services in the community. He was 26 years old and wanted to be a writer. He was an only child, and his loss has left a terrible hole in the lives of his parents. Christopher's story is sadly not an unfamiliar one, as mental health crises are too often dealt with in emergency rooms, not equipped to provide the treatment people need. Canadians across the country continue to face lengthy wait lists while they're in crisis, unless they have the means to pay out of pocket for help. Barriers and delays in accessing mental health services put people's lives at risk, not only due to suicide, but to overdose as well. Canada is facing an opioid crisis, and many people who struggle with mental health issues fall into addictions after trying to self-medicate. The tainted supply of street drugs puts those concurrent mental illnesses and addictions at a high risk of death while they wait for access to treatment. One of my staff has a close family member who suffers from mental health and addiction issues. He has been admitted to the hospital several times following suicide attempts. The family has been trying to access publicly funded treatment services, but have faced endless barriers and delays while his situation continues to deteriorate. My staff member says it has gotten to the point that every time her mother calls at an unexpected time, she is afraid it will be to convey the news this family member has died by suicide or overdose. The NDP has called for increased federal funding so those who are struggling from addiction can access treatment on demand. One important part of M174 is the requirement to conduct a comprehensive analysis within 18 months on barriers Canadians face in accessing appropriate health, wellness, and recovery services, including substance abuse, addiction, and bereavement services. It also requires an analysis within the same time frame of the funding arrangements required to provide the treatment, education, professional training, and other supports required to prevent suicide and assist those bereaved by a loved one's suicide. While we work to reduce the number of Canadians lost to suicide, we also need to ensure those left behind have the supports they need to cope with the aftermath. Survivors of suicide loss face trauma and grief, often mixed with complex feelings of guilt, confusion, and sometimes anger. The impact of suicide reaches beyond the immediate family and can affect an entire community. One death by suicide is sometimes followed by another, and clusters have been seen among adolescents and in some Indigenous communities. I attended the funeral of a Cranbrook resident who died by suicide. During the eulogy, we were asked to remember this person by their entire life, not just the few seconds before it ended. That was an important message, but without appropriate supports, it can be challenging for loved ones to process their feelings and navigate the aftermath in a healthy manner. And that's another reason why I support M174. It calls for an analysis of bereavement services for those impacted by suicide. One other group we must keep in mind in this discussion is the first responders who are exposed to the tragedy of suicide and must navigate interactions with families during an extremely difficult time. First responders are more likely to experience post-traumatic stress injury, which may elevate their own risk of dying by suicide. We must ensure first responders have training on best practices for responding to mental health crises and suicide, and that they have the support needed to deal with the trauma that they face on the job. And we need to properly support all of our men and women who serve us in uniform who are at an increased risk for suicide. As parliamentarians, we must do everything we can to prevent lives from being ended too soon due to suicide and the devastation it causes for those left behind. I commend my colleague for bringing forward M174, and I urge all members to support this important motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would just like to inform the House that Tuesday, May 7th, 2019 shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the issue of suicide prevention. And I'd like to dedicate this discussion, this debate, to my late nephew, Zach Leger, who needlessly, tragically left us last summer. Zach, we love you. I want to first of all thank the member for Timmins, St. James Bay, for bringing this motion forward. And I'm pleased to say our government is supporting the motion, which calls for a national action plan on suicide prevention. Suicide is a significant public health issue that affects many Canadians of all ages, of all backgrounds. And on average, 11 people die by suicide each day. That's about 4,000 suicide deaths in Canada per year. Suicide rates are higher than the national average in many Indigenous communities and amongst all Inuit regions in Canada. In fact, suicide was the 9th leading cause of death amongst all Canadians in 2016. It's also the 2nd leading cause of death after accidents amongst children, youth, and young adults aged 10 to 34 years. And suicide accounted for approximately 5,028 potential years of life lost in Manitoba alone in 2011. We know that suicide disproportionately affects certain groups. Approximately 1/3 of suicide deaths are among people 45 to 59 years of age. Rates of suicide are approximately 3 times higher amongst men than women, and women are 2 times more likely to be hospitalized due to self-injury than men. In addition, suicide-related behaviors are reportedly more prevalent in LGBTQ2 youth in comparison to their non-LGBTQ2 peers. Rates of suicide are higher in remote areas as compared to cities and amongst people that are socially isolated. And as I previously mentioned, suicide rates in many Indigenous communities are higher than the national average. And in my home province of Manitoba, our Indigenous youth are 5 to 7 times higher likely to commit suicide than non-Indigenous youth. And statistics, as stark as they are, only tell a part of the story. For every suicide death, Madam Speaker, there are many more people impacted, such as those surviving a suicide attempt or those grieving the loss of someone to suicide. This issue affects far too many families, far too many friends, and entire communities. And unfortunately, the stigma with mental health is that many people with mental health or suicidal thoughts never reach out to receive the help that they need. Suicide is also a complex issue. There's no single cause that explains or predicts suicide. A combination of factors is often at play. This may include mental or physical illness or personal or intergenerational trauma, as well as experiences related to loss, to injury, to exposure to trauma, childhood abuse, and neglect. Current evidence also indicates an important association between suicide and broader socioeconomic factors such as housing, education, employment, income, as well as access to health care and culturally appropriate resources, Madam Speaker. The social determinants of health. This is why the Government of Canada is very pleased to support this motion, which provides an opportunity to build on efforts already underway to advance suicide prevention in Canada. Preventing suicide requires comprehensive approaches with the involvement of all sectors, including governments, nonprofit, Indigenous organizations, Indigenous nations, and communities most affected by suicide. This, of course, is particularly important for Indigenous communities. Our government is working closely with Indigenous leadership to encourage and promote Indigenous-led strategies for addressing suicide prevention in their own communities. We are also working closely with national Indigenous organizations to develop unique, comprehensive strategies to mental wellness and life promotion. And in July 2016, Inuit Tapirit Kanatami, ITK, launched a national Inuit suicide prevention strategy. This strategy outlines 6 priority areas. Number 1, creating social equity. Number 2, creating cultural continuity. 3, nurturing healthy Inuit children from birth. Ensuring access to a continuum of mental health services for Inuit young people. Number 5, healing unresolved trauma and grief. And 6, mobilizing Inuit knowledge for resilience and suicide prevention. The Government of Canada, through Budget 2019, will provide $50 million over 10 years and $5 million per year ongoing to support the National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy. But the approach and strategy developed by ITK may not be the right one, may not be the appropriate solution for other Indigenous communities. We are currently working with the Métis Nation to develop a Métis Nation-specific approach that will be responsive to the needs of the Métis, as it will be informed by a Métis perspective and Métis experience. The First Nation Mental Wellness Continuum Framework was similarly developed to specifically address the needs of First Nation communities. Budget 2019 also committed $1.2 billion towards Jordan's Principle, and I was happy to join Minister O'Regan along with several other Winnipeg members of Parliament last week to speak about this investment and our government's ongoing principle to the full implementation of Jordan's Principle. Through Jordan's Principle, First Nations children are able to receive the mental health care and treatment that they require. This includes land-based activities, suicide intervention and prevention, counseling services, youth engagement specialists, and traditional healing methods. Advancing efforts towards suicide prevention, better treatment, and recovery are important for Canada. We recognize the importance of comprehensive and culturally appropriate approaches with multiple partners to address this suicide issue in Canada. Moving forward, the government will continue to work closely with partners and stakeholders and be responsive to the diverse needs and experiences of people and communities most affected by suicide. We will continue to work together to build a Canada where we have a better understanding of suicide and its prevention, where everyone has access to the help that they need, and where all Canadians can live with dignity and hope. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. It is my duty to, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, Indigenous Affairs, and the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River, Fisheries and Oceans. Resuming debate, reprise à débat, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour always to rise in this chamber and represent my constituents. On this occasion, it's no exception. Today, I rise to support a colleague from the NDP's motion, the member for Timmins James Bay, to establish a national framework to combat suicide. I want to assure my colleague that I read the motion line by line. I have no contention with the substance of the motion, although the complexity of the same is significant. I believe at committee, our colleagues can hash out how the execution of this would take into consideration the collaboration with provinces, our many First Nations, the Department of National Defence, etc. In fact, it would be my contention that this issue, suicide and mental health, are of such significant concern, a special committee should be considered. Only on one other occasion did I use an opportunity in this chamber to relay a personal experience referring more to the spirit of the bill than the details. I do the same today, as I'm convinced that my brief intervention will add significantly to this debate. I do this also because of the overwhelming response I and my family have received from Canadians across the country when they've heard me speak out regarding my daughter's suicide and mental health. August 12, 2017, my wife Almut and I just finished having an enjoyable time with my son Lucian, his wife, and our grandchildren at his in-laws' cottage a few hours from Thunder Bay, and we were boarding a flight from Thunder Bay to Toronto so we could return home to Ancaster. As we were making our way to the gate, I felt my phone vibrate, and I saw that my eldest son, Christopher, had sent a text to my phone saying that someone had posted an urgent message requesting to have Mr. or Mrs. Sweet, the parents of Lara Sweet, to call them immediately. Of course, this seemed bizarre, but any parent would agree that a message of this nature would immediately raise one's anxiety to a very serious level. Since we were at the time just boarding our flight, I asked my son to please call the person and press them for information, so when we landed in Toronto, we could help Lara as she was living in Oshawa. We had been through a lot with Lara over the years. We had many great and positive family times watching Laura become a leader in training, aspiring camp counselor, and a total annoyance to her 4 brothers. But Laura had a lifelong battle with mental health. She was diagnosed early on with profound ADHD, and we walked with her through many issues over the years with treatment, counseling, acting out, being arrested by police, searching for her at night on the streets and visiting her in jail. All this to say, we were used to responding to urgent and pressing situations with Laura. Our love never diminished one bit through it all. I did not expect to hear from Chris until we landed in Toronto and told my wife that we'll get an update when we arrived at Billy Bishop Airport. To my surprise, while we're still in Thunder Bay, taxiing out to the runway, my phone vibrated again, and my son in a text informed me that the person who is the author of the Facebook post explained that she was a neighbor of Laura's and that the police were at the townhouse where Laura was renting a room and Laura had passed away. I was horrified, and it was hard to contain the immediate rush of grief, but I knew if I told my wife this information, particularly because I had not had the chance to verify the information was true, it would be the most difficult 2 hours of her life before we landed in Toronto. Consequently, I decided to restrain myself, do the best to act normal, and call immediately the Durham Regional Police when we landed, and that's exactly what I did. I cannot tell you to this day how I contained myself. I cannot remember. The officers were still on the scene, and the dispatcher was kind enough to transfer my call to the first officer on the scene, who was thorough to ascertain that I was who I said I was, and then informed me that Laura was indeed dead, and all the evidence pointed to the fact that she had taken her own life, although it wouldn't be conclusive until the coroner's report was complete. Although he did tell me it would need to be seized as evidence, she did leave a note indicating that she felt she had let people down, she'd relapsed on drugs again, and needed to say goodbye. There have been a lot of difficult times, a lot of difficult things that I've had to tell my wife, Laura's mother, but I do not remember anything more difficult than explaining to Albert that Laura was gone. Laura was only 24 years old, bright, caring, lots of opportunity, and many people who wished her well and were willing to do all they could to see her successful. Now we had to face the fact and grasp the surreal reality that we'd never see her on this earth again. Speaker, having to go clean out your child's room where she was renting, notifying all who loved her, and most reacted overwhelmingly with emotion, and we needed to comfort them, planning our own daughter's funeral, finding the right photos and dress for the casket, and the list goes on, was all so disorienting, and a numbness is almost impossible to describe. Every call you need to make, and there are many, one hesitates, wondering what the challenge will be on this particular call. If you're calling the police or the coroner, you'll have to call and wait for the detective or the coroner's assistant to call back, and most of the time you're so immersed in other arrangements, you miss the call. The same goes on with other many calls and duties. You know you're running on empty, but you just have to keep going. Fortunately, amongst all the pain and sorrow and grief, there are amazing events. Us people of faith call them redemptive moments. Family and community comes together. We have a large family and a great church family, all who are there to comfort us and help us work through the journey of grief and loss. In Laura's case, there were hundreds of young people who showed up for the visitation before the funeral. Even though Laura struggled with her own mental health and wellness, she continued on in her Christian commitment and had touched so many lives with her love and compassion. In fact, there's a Facebook page today with memories of Laura. Speaker, it took months to receive the coroner's report so we could have any idea and confirm what had happened to Laura. It was over 4 months before we could pick up her personal effects, her phone with pictures of our last times together, her note that she left us months before. You question yourself over and over, even though you know it's not healthy, nor is there anything you can do now that would have changed anything. Did I miss a subtle cry for help she was trying to say? Did we reach out enough? Was I firm enough? Was I strong enough? Was I soft enough with my communication with her? Is there something we could have done earlier on in her life that would have led her down a more appropriate, a more healthier path? How much mental anguish did she go through on the way to making the decision to give herself a lethal overdose? Did she suffer? And then even months and years later, when your thoughts are not even remotely in the space of your lost child, a flower, a song, a color, a word will trigger what my wife calls a grief bomb. And the pain is just as real as if it were that day that the loss happened. Speaker, I share this painful and personal story to shed light on the importance of the initiative that the member from Timmins, James Bay, is asking the House to consider, approve, and undertake. 4,000 times a year, someone takes their life in this country. It is true that it's not always someone's child, youth, or young adult, but all too often it is. I wanted my colleagues to know that their important and thoughtful vote to move this motion to committee for study could eventually mean that the pain our family endured and thousands of other families could significantly be reduced. A national strategy could bring together all those individuals and organizations that are already doing great work on the front lines to address mental health and suicide crisis. It would bring them together to create synergies and best practices so that so many more people who are struggling could be helped. Thanks for the opportunity of sharing, and I ask all members to support this important motion so we can move forward and help people who are in desperate need.
I do want to thank the member again for sharing his story. It's obviously not an easy one, and I think that there are many of us here in the House that either know someone or have experienced it within our lives, and I can sympathize with that. I've had an uncle, a cousin, a cousin's husband, a cousin's child commit suicide. And so I really appreciate the tone in the House and the stories that are being shared, and the fact that everyone here seems to be on the same page on the need to do something. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too want to express my deep gratitude for the tone in this room. This is a very powerful and very sad discussion to have. And to be here is a privilege for me to speak on Motion 174 that really talks about looking at suicide prevention. And we are talking about something that is often very hard for people to talk about. So I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the loved ones living with the realities of suicide, especially in the context of the speech that was just done before mine. The actuality of life when someone you love dies by suicide is simply unmanageable. I want to acknowledge that some communities in our country face much higher rates of suicide. Indigenous communities, the LGBTQ2 and military and veteran communities, just to name a few. In February of this year, a young man in my family was successful in his suicide attempt. It has been devastating for our community of just over 300 people, our family, and most of all, those who loved him the very most, his parents, his sister, his uncles, aunts, cousins, and his grandparents. Suicide shakes the very foundation of the people it impacts. The questioning of how and why are overwhelming. It is something that most people are unsure of how to address. I've heard of stories of loved ones of those who have died by suicide being completely isolated because people simply don't know how to go up and speak to that issue, to speak to that pain, and therefore too often avoid them. What do you say to someone who's lost someone they so love by their own hand? I have watched the struggle in my loved one's father. The words seem to be blocked at his lips. We know that words have power, and saying them aloud makes the reality that much more real. How do you carry this pain? How do you help? Who do you call? This is why we need a national suicide action plan to help all Canadians, a comprehensive plan that prevents and provides support when suicide happens and to stop further suicides. Madam Speaker, each month on average the Canadian Armed Forces loses one serving member to death by suicide. As a member who represents a base in my riding, I think it's important that the members of this House hear this. It is an epidemic that continues despite some positive steps taken to address mental health issues in the forces. When Bill C-77 was passed through this House late last year, I was disappointed by the fact that it did not remove Section 98C from the National Defence Act. This section makes self-harm a disciplinary offence under the Military Code of Conduct. That concerns me deeply, as a member of our military could be having serious consideration of suicide, but feel unable to disclose or ask for help because they could be disciplined. What a way to come forward and tell this horrific truth about yourself. When people are experiencing a state that leads them to thoughts of self-harm, there must be a safe way for them to come forward. My friend, the member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, proposed an amendment to remove Section 98C from the National Defence Act in committee. Unfortunately, it was defeated, and the amendment was defeated because of so-called procedural grounds. This has been reintroduced in the House as Bill C-426. And Madam Speaker, based on the feeling in this House, I really hope that this bill receives unanimous consent for passing at all stages when it comes to this place. When we speak to this issue within the context of Motion 174, we see the need for it to be addressed. We do not want any Canadian in this country to feel that they cannot come forward to get the help that they so desperately need. The Canadian Armed Forces deserve to have our support. The mere existence of Section 98C continues to be a barrier for Canadian Forces members seeking the mental health assistance they desperately need. And this House has only one more opportunity to fix this. I would love it to be this Parliament. Today, as we are debating the Motion 174, tabled in this place by the member from Timmins, James Bay, I want to thank him for his tireless work and advocacy on this issue and his dedication to bringing it forward. I am relieved, Madam Speaker, to hear that the government will be supporting this. I also want to thank him because this motion speaks to the isolation that I mentioned earlier. When people are successful in their suicide, when people attempt and are unsuccessful, for everyone impacted, it is often the isolation that is the hardest part to carry. People are unsure of what to say, terrified to touch the pain of that choice, regardless of the result. This outlines exactly why it is so important to have a national suicide prevention action plan. This issue of suicide must be addressed directly and holistically. The more isolation and silence there is around suicide, the more people will hide their thoughts and not ask for the help that they need. And it is imperative that Canada not leave any community behind. We must have a framework because there are many small and isolated communities like the ones that I represent with limited access to service. How do you reach out in a safe way? And we all know that when small communities face successful suicides, it can often become an epidemic. Madam Speaker, the young man that I spoke of earlier that was my relative is the second in less than a year and a half in our small community of just under 300 people. The impact on that community has been profound, and the fear that another child is going to follow those steps has been something we all watch. And when I think about the Facebook posts that we've seen from some of our youth who are actively questioning the validity of being here in this place, it is so important that as a country, we remember that those children, that those people across our country are so important, and that we must address the isolation. And we can only do that by having a framework that goes across this country where we're working collaboratively, because nobody wants to live through this. And I think of my brother who has a serious mental health issue and how strong he has been in his life to face the multiple challenges, and how hard it can be when he's put in situations where people don't understand that invisible mental health issue that he lives with every single day. And it worries me when people don't understand that and can treat him in ways that are profoundly disrespectful. You know, I think all of us know what it is to love somebody and often feel like you're fighting for their very existence. And I'm really happy that we're here to talk about this, to have a system in place to address that. You know, Madam Speaker, recently we're doing a study in the Veterans Affairs Committee where we are looking at the impacts of veterans and the use of mefloquine, which is a medication used to prevent or treat malaria. Sadly, mefloquine has been identified as a medication that can poison the brain. There are many veterans across this country that do not know that they may actually have the impacts of mefloquine poisoning and that their symptoms may in fact relate directly to that. Some veterans have died by suicide, and there are questions of, is this part of it? Is it due in part to the undiagnosed impacts of the use of mefloquine? This also must be addressed, and that's why this is so important. Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that I have not touched on every vulnerable community across this country that faces a higher suicide rate. Those stories need to be heard, and I hope to see all members of this House support this motion so that this work can be done. I'm very glad to hear that so many here are, but I think we need to make sure that everyone is. Currently, Canada does have a federal framework of suicide prevention. This framework does not provide funding, goals, timelines, and activities that will reduce suicide and does not assign responsibility to jurisdictions. And we know that if responsibility is not given, if jurisdiction is not given, if goals and resources are not given, the work simply does not get done. So, Madam Speaker, I just have to say how honored I am to be in this place when we're discussing one of the most difficult conversations. That in this House, we're all facing the challenges, but we're being brave to make noise where often there is silence. I encourage all of us and all of the people of Canada to remember to reach out to those people, even when it is hard and uncomfortable. Sometimes we just need to stand with people where they are uncomfortable. We have to admit that we are also uncomfortable, but know that we are with them, that we support them. And I think this bill will take those steps. And I'm really, really thankful that we're going to support it and that we're going to see change happen in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to speak about the government's support for Motion 174, introduced by the member for Timmins James Bay. Put simply, there are few things more devastating to a family and community than suicide, as we've heard today from other honourable members and yourself, Madam Speaker. It affects Canadians from all walks of life and in all corners of our land, and every single day it takes 11 of them from us. That's about 4,000 Canadians lost to suicide every year. Our mums and dads, sons and daughters, our friends and neighbours, our teachers and caregivers. We also know that all too often stigma prevents people from seeking or offering help. At the most difficult moment in their lives, people need help and hope. We can and must do better, which is why addressing mental health and suicide are among our government's top priorities. I know how important this motion is to people who've been working for years to raise awareness, like Michelle Sparling, whose Shout Out hockey tournament supports programming for youth mental health and suicide prevention, and Brian Hansel, who started his Convo Plate initiative in memory of his son Paul, who died by suicide while a student at Brock. And I can't speak this afternoon without remembering my friend David Sheridan, who died by suicide, and his family's courage in speaking out. Sorry, Madam Speaker. And because they know that middle-aged men are at risk, and yet no one talks about it. Today I stand before you to reaffirm our government's commitment to addressing this challenge head-on. I would also like to shed some light on the many initiatives, investments, and partnerships we're currently undertaking, including the federal framework for suicide prevention that will align with Motion 174. This is one issue where I can confidently state that I know everyone in this House shares the same goal, saving lives. Led by a Prime Minister who has courageously shared his own family's experience with mental illness, our government is taking bold, unprecedented action to bring mental health to the forefront. 2 years ago, our government made the largest investment in Canadian history in mental health and addiction services, a groundbreaking $5 billion. This funding is going to those most in need, including youth, early interventions, and culturally appropriate services for Indigenous people. In 2016, we released the Federal Framework for Suicide Prevention with the goal of raising awareness, fighting stigma, and saving lives. Its purpose is to better coordinate our government's efforts to prevent suicide while complementing and supporting the important work being done by others. But what does this really look like? It's connecting people to resources like a pan-Canadian suicide prevention service that offers crisis support by calling, texting, or chatting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in English and French. This crucial service is supported by $25 million over 5 years from Budget 2019. Madam Speaker, the impact of suicide is not spread equally across our nation. Indigenous communities are disproportionately affected, including many where the suicide rate is heartbreakingly many times the national average. We know that colonization and cultural breakdown has had a devastating impact on these communities, with their lingering effects still claiming lives. In the spirit of reconciliation, our government is working closely with First Nations and Inuit to prevent suicide and save lives. We're investing more than $425 million each year in community programming to address the mental wellness needs of First Nations and Inuit communities. These investments are used to provide essential services to address ongoing crisis, investing in on-the-land activities, or enhancing culturally appropriate substance use treatment. Another group all too often affected by suicide are those who have already made so many sacrifices for us, members of the armed forces and veterans. That's why we have a plan to address it with the Canadian Armed Forces Veterans Affairs Canada Joint Suicide Prevention Strategy released in 2017. We also know that public safety officers and first responders have some of the highest rates of suicide in the country. Our public safety officers work incredibly hard to keep us safe, and their work can take a toll on their mental health. That's why I'm proud to see our government introduce the Supporting Canada's Public Safety Personnel and Action Plan on Post-Traumatic Stress Injuries. Our government is committed to providing national leadership to support the mental health of public safety personnel by providing coordination, facilitating collaboration, sharing best practices, and funding cutting-edge research. Madam Speaker, I know I'm running out of time here, so I'll wrap up just by saying that we need to be informed by those voices with lived experience like those that we've heard today, and we will continue to work to prevent suicide. This may be a long, difficult path, but it's one we're committed to walking hand in hand with Indigenous organizations, other governments, community groups, and people most affected by suicide. Together, we can ensure every Canadian gets the help they need. Together, we can make a difference. Together, we can save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I just want to advise the member that there was nothing to be sorry about. This is a very emotional issue that touches many of us, as I said, personal as well as within our communities, so really appreciate the discussions being had here today. Questions, resuming debate, reprise débat, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak to motion M174, which has been brought forward by the member from Timmins, James Bay. The motion suggests that the government establish a national suicide prevention action plan with numerous provisions such as setting up culturally appropriate community-based suicide prevention programs, conducting analysis on a long list of subjects relating to suicide, and the motion also includes an annual reporting requirement to Parliament of implementation and progress. Madam Speaker, suicide. It is a word that has carried with it so much shame and stigma throughout human history. It is a topic we tend not to discuss, to acknowledge, or to deal with. It claims more lives annually than other more openly discussed issues such as motor vehicle collisions, homicides, or industrial accidents. Its relative absence from our common vocabulary speaks volumes. How many obituaries fail to acknowledge suicide as the cause of death? How many suicides get reported in the media? Not many, Madam Speaker, and perhaps because it is our fear of it, our inability to fully comprehend it. People who die by suicide or attempt suicide usually feel overwhelmed, hopeless, helpless, desperate, and alone. In more recent times, we as a society have opened up the discussion about mental health, but we do have a long way to go. Madam Speaker, just a few weeks ago, my hometown of Calgary was rocked by suicide, a suicide that was reported by media outlets due to the shock and sadness stemming from it. It was a suicide of a 9-year-old girl. A 9-year-old girl. Our community was stunned. How does a 9-year-old girl come to this decision? It's something we just cannot imagine. When this young girl, Amal Ash-Shatiwi, took her life, we all wanted answers. Why? What would bring her to this point? Many of us believe such a course of action isn't even within the realm of a 9-year-old girl's thinking. It is something parents of young children want to believe isn't even possible. It turns out that her story is not a new one. She was bullied in school, bullied to the breaking point. As a Syrian refugee, Amal, I suspect, already faced a lifetime of adversity just to be able to go to school. It should have got better coming to Canada, not worse. There are media reports that her bullying went unnoticed by teachers, not because it was done in dark corners, but because it was done in her native language, out in the open. This just highlights just another complexity in dealing with such situations. Amal's name translates into hope, and I know that this motion has been brought forward to Parliament in that spirit of hope. I know the member from Timmins James Bay is hoping to address the rampant rates of suicide among the Indigenous communities in his riding and across Canada. Sadly, youth suicide is a large problem within these communities, within so many communities. We hope that we can make progress in addressing the root causes of suicide. Once identified, we need to address the problems to reduce our suicide rates in Canada. As I read through this motion, and I suspect most others, would find little to disagree with. Suicide is a big problem. We don't talk about it, so people don't realize how big the problem really is. I recall talking to a police officer in Edmonton back when I was at the Alberta Legislature, and he said to me that there was, on average, of one jumper off the high-level bridge in Edmonton per week. He said it was a place for people in Edmonton to go when they're finally ready to kill themselves. One per week. Never reported, of course, in the media. It was a shock to me, the high numbers, and I'm sure it is a shock to many of us here. The city has since built, of course, a suicide barrier on that bridge, but more needs to be done than building the infrastructure. Every day in Canada, 10 people die of suicide, and 200 others will attempt to take their lives. If that many people a day died in plane crashes, Canadians would be up in arms, demanding government to take more action. However, when 10 people die every day in Canada of suicide, when their cause of death is often unmentioned, when their cause of death is not up for discussion, then it is destined to continue. Suicide is one of the top 10 causes of death in Canada, and much of it is preventable. Men are at a much higher risk. Well, sort of. Men are 3 times more likely than women to die from suicide. However, women are 3 times more likely to attempt suicide. And no community is immune from suicide. From the most remote communities in Canada to the busiest downtown street, suicide knows no bounds. The causes are similar as much as they are different. However, the resources to address mental health issues varies widely from our biggest cities to our smallest communities, from one province to another, from one city to another. Like much of our national healthcare system, your outcomes will vary greatly depending on where you live. And I believe that that is just not right. Throughout Canada, there is already calls for more mental health funding, and this motion repeats that call. Throughout Canada, there are already calls for better, more culturally appropriate education and prevention programs, and this motion repeats that call. And I can go on, but my point is that this motion does not call for anything that we have already not heard before. And I do plan to support this motion because I do not oppose any of its calls to action, calls often heard before. We certainly need to do something more than what we are doing now. And I'm sure that we all here do know of someone who committed suicide. Many just don't talk about it. We all know someone who tried to commit suicide, but we just don't talk about it. We all know more needs to be done to prevent and treat suicide. We just don't talk about it. And this has to change, and that is why I am very happy that we are discussing this here today. And I want those who need help to reach out for it, to demand it. I especially want kids to get the help that they need. The Kids Help phone line is a fantastic resource for young people needing to talk to someone. 1-800-668-6868. All parents should post this number conveniently in their house and speak to their children about it. It could make the world of difference later. Again, I will be supporting this motion anytime that we can discuss and support mental health issues and initiatives, anytime that there are efforts to raise awareness and remove the stigma surrounding mental health issues. I truly believe then that we are helping those in need. We just need to do more than talk. We need action. I want to also express my sincere condolences to the member from Flamborough-Glanbrook for your great loss, honourable member. Through the Speaker, thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has the right to reply for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, a great honour to rise in this incredible chamber. And today is, to me, a day of great joy and hope as I see how we are coming together. And I see it as very telling because the very first emergency debate that this Parliament held was the parliamentarians of Canada from every region of this country coming together during the horrific dark night of the Attawapiskat youth suicide crisis. And we came that night, and it was the first act of this Parliament, but we have unfinished business from that Parliament. And I think it's so powerful that we are here today to come full circle to say the deaths of people in this country from hopelessness, from mental illness, is unacceptable at the rates that we're seeing. And what we've learned today is that suicide does not respect political boundaries. It does not respect the boundaries of faith. It does not live in urban or rural. It is not for rich or for poor. It affects every community, and every death is like a psychic, emotional shockwave that tears families apart, tears communities apart, leaves the bereaved wondering who and what they could have done. And out there, outside this building, there are activists and mental health workers and people who stand up and say there's reason for hope. And it's our obligation as legislators to join them and making sure that we have a framework. Because we know that frameworks and action plans work. We can look to Quebec. Quebec is a world model. They dropped the youth suicide rate by 50%. Imagine. what that would mean in the rest of this country. That in ITK we have now a suicide plan. Well, we should have a national one, that we are bringing a suicide plan to respond for the military, which we need. What we need is it for everyone. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, earlier in this winter, I was in Thunder Bay and I got a call at 11 o'clock at night to go to a hotel. And Saul Mamakwa, the provincial member, said, "Can you come with me?" And there had been a death of a 14-year-old girl. And I didn't know the community, but he said, "Can you come and pay respect?" And it was the whole third floor of the hotel. And we came up, we had to give our condolences. And we started from the classmates and the neighbors and the third cousins and the second cousins, down to the family members, then to finally walk in that room at the moment they were talking about taking that little girl's body home from the airport or from the hospital. And we tried to give our condolences, and the only thing they could say is, "We've lost so many." How is it possible that a country with as much resources and as much hope and as much skill as Canada could leave its young to die? That is a question that we as parliamentarians need to respond. That we aren't just there to say sorry for your loss, but to say your child, your husband, your cousin was loved. They just weren't sure that they were loved. And we can love them as a society and we can love them as individuals, but as a nation, we have the obligation to put in place the tools to make sure that when they are hopeless, when they are in their darkest hour, that if they make that call, there will be the support. If they're looking for those resources, it will be there. And that we as parliamentarians are tracking where are the hot spots, where are the danger points, so that we can start to move in and put the resources on the ground. Because this is what we learned in Attawapiskat, and we learned it in Niskandaga, and we learned it in so many of the other communities. It's not good enough to wait until the crisis hits. Proactive engagement, working with communities across this country, gives people a sense that their lives have meaning, their lives have dignity, and they will not take that dark path. That is the opportunity before this Parliament. And for all the smut and corruption that we debate on a daily basis, I would say to have begun this Parliament talking about this issue and to have ended this Parliament trying to make a change, we can go home and say, for all the other things we failed on this one, we all came together, and it's going to make a difference. Thank you, Miigwech. Honored.
The question is as follows. Mr. Angus, seconded by Ms. Benson, move that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, establish a national suicide prevention action plan, including among its provisions, I, commitment to the actions and resources required to establish culturally appropriate community-based suicide prevention programs as articulated by representative organizations by the Inuit, First Nation, and Métis peoples. 2, establishment of national guidelines for best practices in suicide prevention based on evidence of effectiveness in a Canadian context. 3, the creation of a national public health monitoring program for the prevention of suicide and identification of groups at elevated risks. 4, creation of programs to identify and to attempt to fill gaps in knowledge relating to suicide and its prevention, including timely and accurate statisticals. 5, le développement d'outils pour promouvoir.
5, development of tools to promote responsible and safe reporting of suicide and its prevention by media. 6, establishment of national standards for the training of persons engaged in suicide prevention whose contact with potentially vulnerable populations provides an opportunity to identify at-risk individuals and direct them to appropriate assessment and treatment. 7, creation of a national online hub providing essential information and guides to accessing services in English, French, selected Indigenous languages, and other languages spoken widely in Canada for suicidal individuals, their families and friends, people bereaved by a loved one's suicide, workplaces, and other stakeholders concerned with suicide prevention.
Conducting within 18 months comprehensive analysis of high-risk groups of people and the risk factors specific to each such group, the degree to which child sexual abuse and other forms of childhood abuse and neglect have an impact on suicidal behavior, the barriers to Canadians accessing appropriate and adequate health, wellness, and recovery services, including substance use, addiction, and bereavement services, the funding arrangements required to provide the treatment, education, professional training, and other supports required to prevent suicide and assist those bereaved by a loved one's suicide, the use of culturally appropriate suicide prevention activities and best practices, the role that social media plays with respect to suicide and suicide prevention, means to reduce stigma associated with being a consumer of mental health, bereavement, and other associated services, and ways in which society can reduce access to means and methods for people to harm themselves. Et B, faire rapport.
And B, report to Parliament annually on preparations for and implementation of the National Action Plan for Suicide Prevention, including data on progress over the previous year and a comprehensive statistical overview of suicide in Canada for the same year.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Pursuant to Standing Order 90... in my opinions, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 8, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' businesses.
Order. Pursuant to Section 38, Standing Order 38, the House is deemed to have adjourned. The question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West. Sorry. The Honourable Member for North Island Powder River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to speak to my deep distress of the plight of wild salmon on the coast of British Columbia. I hope everyone has had a chance to experience the amazing journey that salmon returning to their home habitats make. It is awe-inspiring to see their dedication and strength as they return to spawn. On the coast that I live on, the wild salmon are the backbone of our region. They are what we eat, the mainstay to our economy, and what we live to protect. Sadly, for many years, the salmon have been ignored. The much-needed restoration for streams and rivers has been completely ignored. The harm done to wild salmon by a lack of active strategy to restore and to monitor was in the hands of both Conservative and Liberal governments, and look where we are today. Often, I've seen that the rural and remote communities, like the ones that I have the honor of representing, are ignored. How long have Indigenous communities, public and sports fisheries, commercial fisheries, and environmental groups come to the door of successive governments warning them that the wild salmon are at risk? The restoration needs to happen now, not later, and it is later now. It should have happened many years ago. I can tell this House that in my riding of North Island Powell River, the desire to protect wild salmon is high. I hear from all sectors that their concerns are very similar. In my riding, there are simply not enough staff working on the ground for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. The ones that are there working, they are working hard, but with such a large and diverse region with so many communities, we simply need more staff in the area. More to go out and participate in what is happening in our region, to be working with the people in our communities, bringing that information back to Ottawa so that they know here what is happening in our communities, so that local knowledge is part of the decision-making process. Several weeks ago, I had the honor of doing a tour with the local hatchery, one of the several in my riding, with the Powell River Salmon Society. This amazing group has worked hard with their small staff, dedicated board of directors, and numerous volunteers to do what they can to support the salmon. With no increase in funding for over 35 years, it is amazing what they have been able to do. My communities are ready to do all that they can to support wild salmon. What we need is a bold plan, one that focuses on creating a safe place for wild salmon to thrive. And it must be local, a community-based coastal plan, not one from Ottawa. For too long, successive governments have forgotten the realities of small, rural, and remote communities. A bold plan is what I'm here to look for, what I am speaking, and should have done over 10 years ago. It was not, and now my communities are in the place of having to pay the price of successive government inaction. I'm hoping to hear today what the plan is for the region that I represent, what effort will be put into protecting the habitat for salmon, and what will be done to support the many communities and businesses who rely on it. It's so important to my riding, and I hope that we get a good answer for those folks today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect the member opposite the Democratic Party really hasn't gone through the many different initiatives that this government has actually taken in regards to our salmon. And Canadians as a whole, you don't have to be from British Columbia to be passionate on this particular issue. And what I would like to do is, she made reference to the whole idea of having that local approach. And the Government of Canada agrees with that, looking towards our communities, working with other stakeholders. Let me give you a sense of just some of the things that is actually happening. We are in partnership with the provincial government. We created the BC Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund, to which our government will contribute $100 million over 5 years, along with provincial funding of over $42 million. We are also proposing a $5 million in funding to the Pacific Salmon Endowment Fund. We have hired 29 new scientists in the Pacific region, and moreover, starting in the 2019-2020, we will be investing $107.4 million over 5 years and $17.6 million per year ongoing to support New Fisheries Act, stock assessment and rebuilding provisions, which will cover priority Pacific salmon stocks. Moreover, we have taken the steps to support conservation and promote rebuilding through the Salmon Enhancement Program and the Coastal Restoration Fund, with investments totaling $18 million to support 13 habitat restoration projects in BC alone. Madam Speaker, we are also investing $1.3 million towards implementing the Pacific Salmon Treaty. This funding will be used for completing existing stock assessment and catch monitoring. We have also made key investments to mark the International Year of the Salmon. We have also introduced our new Wild Salmon Policy Implementation Plan for 2018 through to 2022, which will ensure the recovery of this species. To try to give what I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, a false impression as if this government can in any way be compared remotely to what the Conservative Party, I think, is doing a disservice to her constituents and, in fact, a disservice to Canadians. This has been a very proactive government, recognizing just how important our salmon industry is to our country and the very nature, the things that take place in that salmon run, Madam Speaker. Yes, I have never witnessed it firsthand, but I've had the opportunity to see it through documentaries. I've had the opportunity to listen to other individuals talk about it. The importance of the salmon run is not, in recognizing that importance, goes beyond the member and the New Democratic Party. This is something in which I believe a vast majority of Canadians would want the government to be active on as an important file to all Canadians, and this is exactly what this government has been. We have had ministers and the parliamentary secretary working with the civil service, working in hand-in-hand with the province and other different stakeholders to address this very serious issue. And it's more than just talk. We're talking tens of millions of dollars. We're talking about the engagement of other stakeholders in order to resolve this issue, Madam Speaker. So we have a Government of Canada that is actually listening and working with community leaders and other stakeholders to ensure the protection of our salmon run, Madam Speaker. And I think that is a good thing.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, I'm sad to hear that the member has never seen it happen in person, but I can remind him that the people in my riding see the salmon run every year. And when it doesn't happen, it's absolutely devastating. And I want to also remind the member through you, Madam Speaker, that it has been successive Liberal and Conservative governments. So what we're doing today, I'm happy to see the resources coming, but they're too late. And the communities in my riding are paying the price for the lack of action from this government, the previous government, and the one before that. So when the people in my riding are hurting, it is my job to stand here and make sure that everyone hears it. These are local, small, rural communities that are going to be punished severely because of the lack of action. And I want to see a bold new plan. This is a beginning step. I'm proud and happy that it's happening, but it needs to be done well. And the consultations never happened in my riding, never talked to the people in my area. We'd love to see more staff there to do that work.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, well, Madam Speaker, the member is just wrong. You know, she does have a responsibility to communicate the reality in terms of what is actually taking place. Now she says, well, you know what, this is previously. So in other words, the Conservatives and you know, what's been taking place in the last 20 years minus the most recent 3 years. I'm talking about this government, this Prime Minister, what this minister responsible and for the Parliamentary Secretary have been doing in the last 3 years, since this Prime Minister has been responsible for governing the nation and dealing with important issues, and the salmon run is important to this government. And that is the reason why we have seen the tens of millions of dollars being invested. That's why it is that we're working in cooperation with the different stakeholders and so many others to ensure that, in fact, we are doing whatever we can. And that means investing time, energy, money, working with the community. And I believe that it will pay off, Mr. Speaker. And that's what she should be conveying to her constituents.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.